Good afternoon and welcome to the July 29th, 2025 HTC meeting. If anybody is recording this, please let us know. And I am going to ask for your patience because this is my first time chairing HTC. So anyway, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay.
Ray?
Well, I was just going to ask a question, Angus, and thank you very much for doing this. I can't really tell who's live there, and could you just announce who's at the meeting right now and whether they're live or Zoom, just for the purposes of us that are on Zoom?
So in the room,
Yep.
we have Val Oliver,
Yep.
Carrie Thornwell,
Okay.
Connie Patton,
Yep.
Holly, and staff.
Okay, so Joe and myself and Abby. Is Abby on Zoom? Not at the
We're
moment.
expecting her on Zoom.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, Angus. Thank you very much. Now I got a clearer picture. Thank you.
All good. So we have a motion on the table by Val to approve the agenda. Do I have a second? For simplicity, let's just do this in the room. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I as well. All right. We'll move on to consents. And you're recusing, Val is. Ray, you're recusing.
Yes, thank you.
So we have Connie and Joe. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consents?
I would make that motion.
We, Connie beat you to it, but Joe, you want a second?
Yes.
Connie on your motion?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Aye as well. We'll move on to consents with conditions. Val is off, but we've got Carrie and Connie in the room. All in favor, say aye.
Do we need to, does somebody have to?
Excuse me. Actually, we can do this as a vote, a voice vote. So would anyone like to make the motion to approve consents with conditions?
So moved.
Thank you, Carrie. And second?
Second?
Thanks, Connie. On your motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye as well.
sorry. Oh, no, I can vote on that. Sorry, Angus. Yeah, I'm good. Yep.
Thank you. So we'll move on to signs. Does anyone need to recuse on that?
I actually do. Lisa has a sign in for Community Foundation. It's item number 2. So yes, I'm off.
Thank you, Ray. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the sign recommendations?
I'll make a motion to approve signs per the recommendations of the sign committee.
Thank you, Val. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Connie. On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
I as well. Thank you all. All right, we'll move on to new business, which looks like it's going to be 5 Meader Street. And I will hand it over to Ray if you want to take the helm.
Angus, thank you. Although I just got a text from Kathy saying I sound muted. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, can you turn up your volume perhaps on your end? You just sound muffled and low.
I can hear you a lot better, but I don't think that makes you hear me any better.
Okay, hang on one second.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse from this one.
Okay. All right. How's the volume?
It's fine. I'm sending one of the NCTV guys over right now to figure it out.
Okay, so on this application, it's going to be myself chairing, Val's recusing, Angus is on.
Val, you're recused.
Connie is in,
Joe Paul's up there, is he?
Joe Paul is in, and Carrie. And somebody remind me, Carrie's live in the room, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
correct.
yes, she is.
Okay, so I have a board of 5. Let me just restate that. Myself, Angus, Connie, Joe, Carrie. That is the board that's going to be sitting on Meader Street. Got it, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Kind of.
Okay, well, nothing I can do on my end. All right, applicant,
I did.
and I absolutely need, okay, we do have 5 meter up on my screen anyway. But I'm going to need to see everything. Because I can't get my other computer to
It's got
show
to be.
me any of the information. Do we have an applicant?
Are you ready?
Linda.
Yep.
Linda, go.
We've been holding this for a
Who's
while.
whispering? Hey, stop. Who's whispering down there?
I
Okay.
don't know.
All right, Linda, continue.
We've been holding this for a while to get back together with the architect who, I worked with him before this, but we have to work with him again. He was away. It's been difficult to connect with him. It's a secondary dwelling. You may remember the main house, which was Walter Glowacki's that moved across the street. And it's up on piers and it's finished. And this is behind it on Meader Street where the small cottage was already allowed to be moved or demoed. So this is a secondary dwelling. It does meet this, and for zoning purposes, it meets the scalar separation and the 20% differential on the square footage on the ground or on piers. Obviously, it's in the AE zone. It has to come up out of the ground as far as the main house came up, as far as the other new houses next to it that are on Lafayette and Washington Street. So it's not up any higher than it needs to be. And the actual volume, if you want to go to the elevations, the actual volume of the structure from the height of the piers or the first floor level is in keeping with the height of a secondary dwelling had they all been at grade. So we took out some of the more objectionable things. You cannot park a car under the structure, so that's been removed. It is vertical board on the skirt like all the
Linda,
other ones
can I
over
have a
there.
point of clarification on this.
Yep.
You keep referring to, what you had before and what you've changed, but I have it down as a new application.
It is a new application, but we were working with Holly beforehand, and I was working with them before we submitted.
Okay.
So Holly wanted other changes, which we have not been able to get together to make. So I'm here just to listen to what you guys have to say.
Okay.
We know that the stairs can't project off the side of the house, so we'll have to address that. We did have to address it on the main house. And I know there's some 3-foot setback things like that, meeting rail. So I just want to hear what all you guys have to say about it.
Okay. So Kathy, I just got your text. I increased my volume to the maximum on my computer and it didn't change anything. So you might want to ask NCTV about that. Okay. All right. First, I'd like to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill dwelling within the OHD to replace the circa 1940s dwelling that was there. The structure needs to comply with Resilient Nantucket Design Guidelines, Chapter 11. We will need an elevation certificate, being in the, I believe, AE 8 or 9. But the proposed dwelling is slightly smaller than the previously proposed, which was something that the commission saw back in November. But it's one just as boxy. With that, commissioners had concern with the size of the building being inappropriate and more separation between the one existing main home, which was moved across the street, to preserve the neighborhood character. Side by side on the lot, there is no differential in size. However, my understanding, that this application has been seen before the planning board, who reviews those information under the zoning bylaw. Due to the FEMA height requirements, I do recommend seeing a streetscape for context from both Meader Street and Washington Street. There are concerns from the neighborhood. In order to accurately review the appropriateness, the required elevation certificate and streetscape is necessary. I just wondered if there were any flood vents proposed. I did mention previously, and I know Linda had mentioned this, that the front stairs are protruding in an atypical manner and which are contrary to building with Nantucket in mind and resilient Nantucket. The center gable, cross gabled, I think it was reduced based on my previous comment. There is a proposed double swing door. My understanding is that this is to put items underneath the building, not for parking. That is actually something that's against requirements or regulations within your building with Nantucket in mind, Chapter 11 of Resilient Nantucket. High elevated buildings should not have parking underneath the first floor. This is incompatible with traditional Nantucket design forms. So hopefully that's the case. I do know Anderson SDLs are indicated on the application. I believe the building that was moved to this location from across the street also is the same. I would just want to have the commission talk about the SDLs being within the Old Historic District. This is a secondary dwelling and is required to have planning board approval. So main focus would be elevation certificate, ferment map submitted with any approvals that the commission may so choose. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, your turn.
Thank you, Ray. So this is Mickey Rowland, representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader.
My
So
usual objection on the record.
Yep.
on this application, there's some unusual features. Most specifically is the front porch detail where it sort of integrates with the roof and the second floor railings. But more on a general note, less symmetry and more varied window layout would help to make this building look a little more cottagey and fit into the Meader Street neighborhood better. It should be much lower. This building's 31 feet high off the ground and feel more like a secondary dwelling in relation to the front house. Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. And as I understand it, we have some abutters, perhaps, either on Zoom or live.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are some in the room, and there's also one raising her hand right now online.
Okay, let's go with the ones in the room first, please, and one by one to the mic. Your name for the record, please.
If I may proceed, Attorney Arthur Reed, representing the immediate abutter, which is 59 Washington Street LLC, my client Ed Perlman being the principal of that. I believe you have the letter that I had submitted to the board on May 21st about this application on behalf of my clients. We, first of all, want to say that we agree with everything that Holly and Mickey have said, and will not, in the light of that and the letter that I've submitted, will not present too much tonight. But the point simply is that my client feels that this secondary dwelling is completely out of scale for the neighborhood. There's a large primary dwelling already on the property, large by the standards of this neighborhood. And this secondary dwelling that is only slightly smaller than that. And is just completely inappropriate. And I think we can leave it at that for now, but we strongly object to the application and feel that this project needs to be scaled down. And once again, agree with all the suggestions that have been made. Thank you.
Okay, Arthur, thank you. Who's next?
I don't believe there's anybody else in the room that would like
Oh.
to speak. Perhaps
Oh.
anybody? No? I can give you Susan Wagner online.
Susan Wagner's on Zoom.
Yes.
Okay, Susan, if you're muted, I can't tell, but if you are, please unmute and we can
Great.
hear from you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you very much for the time. I'm a direct abutter at 3 Meader Street, and like what Arthur said, I agree with the previous comments. These also are in line with the comments that were made in November about the proposal, where a suggestion was it should be a 1-story versus a 2-story. It should have more of a secondary structure with a secondary feel. This area is highly visible coming into town, and the area is mostly comprised of cottage-like structures at 1 meter, 3 meter, 5 meter, 15 meter. The current proposal doesn't have any yard space, just creating a very building dense lot with a squeezed in type of feel on that. And that's about all I wanted to say, and just wanted to thank you for your time on this.
Okay, thank you, Susan. I think with that, could I turn it over to the board now? I believe so.
Yes.
All right, very good. So let me just reiterate. Myself, Angus, Connie, Joe, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Great.
It's Carrie. I agree with what everybody said so far. The scale of this building is out of context. It feels very jammed in. There's no secondary dwelling appearance at all. I think the gables, one on each side, is helping to create a very massive feeling. I think there are too many windows. I guess that's just a start. I think the second floor decks being visible are not appropriate, even though the house that was put there in front of it has, I think, 1 or 2. I think that was because the building was turned around from where it was moved so that the decks were a part of that, second floor decks were part of that, and I don't think that's appropriate on this house. That's it for now.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
I'm just going to say I agree with what's already been said about the scale and the windows and the feeling that it's crammed into the lot. It doesn't appear as a secondary dwelling. So I think there needs to be some relook at the whole scale of the building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie. Let's see. Angus, Joe?
I can go.
I'll go. This is Joe speaking. I agree with what's been said with respect to this feeling over scale on the lot and not having yard space. And I'm just taking a look at some of the details. I'm assuming that massing might be addressed to some degree, but there are some things here that I think are making it feel a little bit more inflated than it really is. For instance, the window trim looks to be like as wide or wider than the corner boards. And I think that could get scaled back a little bit. I think that the dormers should be sitting on top of the windows. There's too much space there. I think that the second floor decks, I think if they were more integrated decks with visible railing instead of shingled wall, so that you could actually see the porch, the side of the porch on like the west and the east, you could see the full cheek wall of that porch going up to the gable, and it would eliminate this wonky, I guess, shingled wall that kind of gets integrated with the rest of the massing. Like, that's unusual. I mean, those are some detailed elements that I think, if addressed, would help a little bit in terms of this, the feel of it. And, one thought is that the colors on this maybe they shouldn't match the main house because there is some density down here. It's hard to tell as you drive by if one house is connected to another house in terms of property ownership. And the scale of this adjacent to the existing house with matching gray trim and black sash, I think is going to read as very overwhelming. I think if there was a change in the palette, then that might help to mitigate the size. But those are my comments.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Angus, to you.
I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. My one thing that I could add is the street orientation. That would be the north elevation. It really feels like the back of the house more than the front. So I would be looking for some sort of porch and a little bit more treatment for that entry from the street on that side. And just mostly the overall scale it looks to be about twice as much as it should be. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. So my own comments are very limited. There's very little about this that I actually find to be appropriate. You know, I can't stand it when board members use the phrase or the word redesign, but I think in this case that actually is a word that would be appropriate. You know, scale, massing, porch, just about everything about it needs to be revised. So obviously, folks, we're looking at some fairly major revisions here and a rethink. Can I have a motion for some revisions and anything else somebody wants to throw in there as a condition?
I'll make a motion to
Great.
hold for significant revisions.
Okay.
And all the
Oh,
things that
sorry.
you mentioned, scale, massing, fenestration. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Angus, thank you for the motion. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's that. Let's see. We're now to new business of 729, first item of which is 8 Maple Lane, front door change.
So, Mr. Chair, Angus will chair the next three.
Okay,
Okay.
Angus, you good with that?
Sure. I'm happy for you to chair as much as you want to, though.
Well, I feel like I'm putting the entire board at a disadvantage by being remote like this. So, you know, I think things might flow a little smoother if some of these got handled in the room.
Got it.
All right, thanks, Angus. I appreciate it.
All right, so up next is 72925, new business. First application is 8 Maple Lane, representing is Val Oliver, and sitting on that would be everybody. So Abby has joined us. Or, okay, Abby is almost with us. So it'll be the rest of us, Connie, Carrie, Joe, Ray, or actually, it'll be one of you, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we need all of us. So it'll be Joe, Ray, Connie, Carrie, and myself. Would you like to present, Val?
Yeah, I thought this was very simple, and you actually had it and didn't put it on consent, so I would be interested to hear what you have to say. There's several front doors in this little neighborhood that is just getting built right now. The lady really likes those 4 light doors and she wants to paint it blue. That's it.
Thank you. Holly, you're not making comments of this. I believe that I was holding it because of the glass for the front door, which typically we reserve for like a side door or back door. But let me first throw it out to the, unless there are any abutters who would like to comment out, any of the commissioners.
If you all want to hold and view the neighborhood.
No, I can go. I have no problem with this. I think with 2 over 2 windows, this type of door is totally fine.
Thank you, Carrie. Connie?
Yeah, I'm also, I think this is appropriate. Thank you.
And I agree. That
Thank you,
was
Ray.
Ray.
Paul? Joe?
No concerns.
All right.
I would
There
move
we
to
have it.
approve as
Would
submitted.
someone like to make, thank you, Ray. On your motion,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Up next is 17 Silver Street.
Point of order, I think it might be 14 Silver.
I didn't say 14, 14 Silver. Welcome, Matt.
Yeah, I can share.
Good that you can, because we can't.
I think I'm already on. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a window type change. So this is 14 Silver. We spent a decent amount of time doing a renovation to this project. Nothing's happened to date, but we're submitting for our building permits. And so as part of the approval, the chair had asked for Boston sash windows. And so we're here before you tonight to request to change from a Boston sash SDL to a Marvin SDL. And the primary reason is that the Marvin SDL has the historic Muntin profile, and it also doesn't require a triple track storm, which with the Boston sash we would. So we just feel strongly that the absence of the triple track storm is actually the more historically appropriate, window type. We are outside of the OHD, I believe, but either way, this is what we're here before you tonight for. We did reference, and I read Holly's comments, which were great, incredibly thorough as always. We did put in 25 Willard as a antecedent, if you will, and the only reason we did that is that was a similar situation. Obviously, it's a different location, different context, and I totally understand that. But in our opinion, we just thought that was a great example of the utilization of this window type in a historic structure, and we thought that it was fairly successful. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Holly, do you care to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1830 structure, the George Merrick House, which was built by Josiah Gorham. We have a new updated Form BHDC survey from our CLG efforts. And you also approved a historic determination along with that review. This is to change from Boston sash to Marvin. The commission made a motion with your approval of the addition to this historic structure to make sure that the SDL windows were Boston sash. In addition to the addition that was approved. The importance of retaining that historic Muntin profile is why the board made that motion. And hopefully I'm not wrong to say that as of right now, the commission has looked at 2 different manufacturers as an appropriate Nantucket profile, Muntin profile, which is Boston sash and Green Mountain. And as Matt had mentioned, yes, 25 Willard Street, which was a circa 1881 colonial revival that was originally moved to the site in the 1930s. That window survey on file was only for the windows affected by that addition, and were to be changed to an appropriate manufacturer that was approved by the chair on that application. And this particular structure at 14 Silver Street, which is located within the OHD, within the skirt of the fish lots, which was laid out in 1717, this really should not be a precedent, as the one COA at the end of the day does not dictate another. They are reviewed on their own merits. SDLs change the character of a historic structure. However, having a window type that doesn't alter the historic appearance of the structure is imperative. While this is why the historic determination regarding the stretch energy code that you all are well aware of now was necessary. The HDC has the oversight of all exterior architectural features, so this also includes windows. So my recommendation would be that the additions windows should be either Boston Sash or Green Mountain STL. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I guess I have somewhat of a question, if you don't mind. It sounds like this is an application simply to change one brand of SDL windows to another brand of SDL windows. Was the original application approved as SDL, not TDL?
It was, through you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Matt. So in that case, I mean, I do agree with what Holly's saying. The profile, my recollection of Marvin's is the Munton profile is not quite that historic. So I would prefer to see Boston Sash or Green Mountains, which do seem to have the more traditional profile. And I'll add one more thing. Some of the details that Matt provided show mullions, the two windows, and there's a couple situations in the building where there are two windows, as without stud pockets. And I think we would prefer to see any of the mullions shown with stud pockets for a wider mullion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mickey. All right, so I will hand it over to the commissioners. Would someone like to start? Oh, sorry, our board is going to be Abby, Val, Ray, myself, and Carrie. Thank you, Val.
If I'm not mistaken, we have approved Marvin windows in the OHD before because of their Munton profile. Is it necessary for Matt to bring in a window, or he can tell us where to go look at one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to bring in a sample, but Val is correct that this particular profile that Marvin offers, in my opinion, is a direct emulation, if you will, of a historic simulated divided light window.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Abby?
Boy, if you could bring in a sample, that would solve a lot of problems from
Happy to do
going
that.
forward. So we might want a motion to have that happen.
Carrie?
My question is, on the site plan, this house is set way back, no?
Correct.
So I feel like we're not even gonna ever be able to get up close enough to make the distinction.
That would be correct.
I think having the lack of a triple track is quite nice. So a sample, but I'm leaning towards a yay vote.
Ray?
Yeah, I didn't have the benefit of seeing the site plan, so the fact that Carrie's pointed out that it's far off of Silver is important to me. We are not talking about a clad window, correct, Matt?
No, believe it or not.
Okay, good. Yeah, so like Carrie, I'm predisposed to be accepting this. I remember that the Marvin exterior profile is not that, it's sort of a fake putty glaze, which is what we're supposed to be approving. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. So my concern is the age of the structure. There's a public parking lot that's adjacent to this that someone could get much closer than Silver Street. But it's also just the age of the structure, and want to make sure that the details of the windows are accurate. So I think it would be helpful, as was suggested, just to get a sample for us to compare, not just for this project, but for future projects. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would.
Thank you, Ray.
Let's hold for a sample. Matt can bring in a sample next time and we can view it live. I'll be back.
Thank you, Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Aye as well. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
So we will move on to 72 Baxter Road. Ray, are you representing this?
Yeah, I'm going to represent this.
Thank you, Ray. So we'll have Abby, Val, myself, Joe, and Connie. If you'd like to go ahead, Ray, thank you.
I'm just waiting for the information to get up on the screen. It's fairly, here we go. Okay, so this, right at the moment, this is a single-story house down towards the lighthouse on Baxter Road. It's right across the street from that very modern flat-roofed house. I'm sure that you all know. What the owner would like to do is just raise up a portion of this so that she can get one more bedroom. If you were able to see the site plan, she's basically hemmed in on every single side. It's existing non-conforming with regard to setback on pretty much every side, so that there's zero opportunity for any additional like movement out. So we were hoping that the board would accept this idea of just going up on a portion of it to get her one more bedroom. And we were conscientious about, not trying to go up too high and keep it low. She doesn't really require a lot of space, but enough for that bedroom that you see on the second floor. So I will take questions if necessary.
Thank you, Ray. Holly, do you have comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a circa 1940s contributing ranch style structure, very low profile. So appreciate understanding that. The existing one-story ranch has flanking hip roofs and understanding the need to provide a second floor. However, adding it to the left side is creating a gable end that alters the characteristic flanking hip roof. The proposed front door that is on there is a little atypical, and I would recommend if there was any way to design the program in the center of the dwelling in order to retain the characteristic one-story hipped roofs. So, thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any comments from the Scottson Advisor Group? Okay, thank you. I trust
All were
everyone
okay
read their
with it.
comments. All right, so commissioners, anyone want to start?
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
There's a lot about this that I do appreciate. It is a, low eave line with dormers as opposed to a full second floor. I understand Holly's point about going toward the middle, but I think what they're trying to do is gain the space that they need and make the buildings not seem as large as possible. So keeping it contained, I think, is a good idea. And I'm okay with this. I think it's fine.
Thank you, Val. Who'd like to go next?
This is Joe. Go next.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure. I read the comments from Wisconsin Advisory, and my recollection was that they were complimentary of this approach. And the overall height looks like 20'6" on this addition. I see Holly's point as well, but I'd be afraid that it would feel like the two-story mass would start to dominate this. And I think that by having the gable off to one side, you actually see quite a bit of the existing ranch feel. And it feels like a ranch that just happens to have this story and a half component to it. So I feel like this is an appropriate approach to this. And I also like the fact that the chimney isn't being altered in any way. And I think that it's clear to see what the existing house looks like here. So I'm good with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Who's next?
I can go.
Thanks, Connie.
I agree that I think that this is appropriate. My only question, and maybe it's because of the programming inside, is that dormer, if those windows could be evenly spaced or even just separate that one set of ganged windows, I just think it might look a little better, but that's my only concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Who's left?
I can go.
I went.
Abby, go ahead.
Could we do the front elevation?
That would be the east.
Yeah, so it's changing a lot for me. It looks like one of those old Marconi stations where they cross the Atlantic. And now it looks very cottagey and sort of a little Victorian with that pitch. I was wondering, and I'm warming to this.
I'm not being recorded. Sorry about that. But I'm wondering, now that it's going in this direction, if you've put the shutters on, I was just wondering, could it have a little porch with some crossbucks or something that would even make it more in this direction? It's just, but I think it's actually a really good solution. And isn't this what just happened on Silver Street? We had a one story and we put something on the other side. So this is very close to that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Am I the only one left here? Okay. Well, I agree with Holly's comments. I think that that a higher mass makes more sense in the center. I can see the floor plan makes a lot of sense, but that's not really our concern. I feel like this changes the character of the appearance from the street and the character defining elements of this structure, which is low and hip roofs on every roof. So I would rather see it stepped back so that there's at least a low eave line along the street, or some sort of repositioning and something that responds more to the hipped roofs in that upper portion. I do appreciate the overall height of this proposal. It's relatively low for a two-story structure, but it feels too massive forward towards the street. So with that, would someone like to make a motion?
Can I just throw in a couple of things?
Please go ahead, Ray.
Sorry. So one thing that I think may have gone unnoticed is we're putting a little porch roof over top of the existing front door. And, the idea of having like crossbuck rails there, I think would certainly be something that this particular owner would embrace, if that makes any difference. And the other thing was Connie, I think was talking about the dormers on, let's see, if the front's east, that would be the south elevation. And something about splitting the windows up. I'm sure we could do something there, but I just wanted to throw those comments in there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ray. Do we have a motion?
I'll try, make a motion. Motion to approve is submitted. I went along with, I read all the Wisconsin comments and they thought it was okay.
Thank you, Val, on
Yep.
your motion.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm gonna stagger my eye too, because I thought Ray might want to look at it again after our comments, but, I am an I.
Connie?
Yeah, I
Okay. You have a few hangers on there, right? I am not with the majority here. I'm a nay. So it's 4-1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
I might stick that crossbuck rail in there anyway. I think it's a good idea.
I'm sure it'll be appreciated.
Yeah, okay. Angus, thank you. I think now we're going to Pops Lane,
Yes,
which
Mr.
is MCA, and I think I'm chairing these 1, 2, 3, 4 applications.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so do we have an applicant or a rep?
We do, Mr. Chair.
Do we
Is
have a
it
board,
Mark?
Mr. Chairman? Who's the board?
Wait, is it you, Linda, or is it Mark?
Both of us.
Mark Catone representing the
I'm on
applicant.
the other
Okay,
side.
Mark and Linda. Okay, great. Okay, so board, let's see. It's going to be Abby, me, of course, Angus, Connie's in the room, and Carrie's in the room, right? 1, 2, 3. Oh,
What about Val?
oh, Val. Oh my gosh, yeah, Val. Right. Okay. So let me do this again. Myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Val. Okay?
Alternates are Carrie.
Everybody good?
Good to go?
I think so, Mark. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mark Catone, representing the applicant. We have the homeowner, Michael Kizelbosch, is here in the room as well. And attorney Ryan Douglas is joining us via Zoom. Last time we met was on the 29th on this particular property. This is a new business application, given the significant change in the approach to the development or redesign of the little property itself. And we've taken that time to make what we think are significant edits and review how we can rehabilitate the existing structures that are already on the site. The existing dwelling was approved for a move-off. This proposal is to keep the existing dwelling in its current location on its existing foundation. We're not proposing to lift it. There are no grade changes proposed. Simply updating the existing structure with then an addition to the south or away from the water being attached to the structure. Some of this information is repetitive, but since we have some new members, I'm going to repeat myself somewhat. Again, this is the main dwelling approach here is single-story ranch approach. We are not looking to do a two-story approach in this lot. The owners like the low-lying profile. The basement is not being developed for more living space. In fact, the additions are proposed with crawl spaces beneath them. This is what we think is a far more modest approach. The lot itself is one of the larger lots in this neighborhood. It allows for ground cover by zoning of 6,882 square feet. Our gross, with all the buildings and everything added up, we're at 4,210 square feet. That leaves 2,672 square feet of available ground cover still on this property. We don't even come close to maxing out development in any way. This approach before us today, overall, there's an 1,100 square foot ground cover reduction from what we had been previously reviewing. So really, in every instance, everything got smaller and actually lower, and we're trying to recycle structures already on the property. With that, I'll jump specifically to the main house. As I said, have elected to rehabilitate the existing dwelling. It remains on the existing foundation. Its orientation, of course, will therefore remain the same to the water. Previous proposals was more of a parallel approach to the water's edge. This is obviously canted. It opens up more views and breathing space, I think, through the lot as viewed, whether that be through pops or from the water. As I said, there's no proposed grade change. Ridge height is at 16 feet 4 inches. That's nearly 4 feet lower than our previous proposal in an area that obviously accommodates upwards of 25 feet. The proposal is 202 square feet less than the previous proposal, so a smaller footprint. And the trim as previous, we're actually using a takeoff on Marvin's Cadet Gray. That is clearly a very solid, almost on the darker side gray, red cedar roof, and red water-struck brick chimney. Trim doors, sashes will all be the same color. There is no contrasting color proposed. I believe that is everything as it pertains, at least to the main house. We have provided the existing condition drawings to, and of course photos to the proposed. And Neil Parent in 94, 95 significantly altered the fenestration on this building. So a lot of and then made some appendages. So some of that we're trying to actually clean up with this proposal and go with maybe slightly more traditional fenestration. The amount of glass that is water facing is significantly reduced from the previous proposals as well. In fact, we only have one slider, as you can see, facing the water. The other multi-light door, we have a single unit. All other remaining trims, outdoor showers, things of that nature, the pergolas are natural weather, red cedar. Thank you.
That's it, Mark?
Thank you. Yes, Ray.
Okay. Holly?
Do you want the opposition first or after? After.
Do you mean the neighbors?
Yeah.
After I hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is within Old Nantucket, a contributing structure from the 1940s, the Taylor House, and it was originally built by George Elmore Taylor, and it had some additions back in the 90s. So since the April 29th meeting, the applicant has decided to work with the existing contributing structure. Very much appreciative in that. I did advise the applicants that per the Secretary of Interior standards, the addition should be subordinate and secondary to the historic dwelling, compatible to massing scale, materials, etc. In addition, it should be appropriate to the Nantucket vernacular. The site plan shows the previous footprint of the dwelling where they were proposing, as well as the existing and total square footage. It's not clear, and it should be, what the addition square footage is. The COA states 1,482 square feet, but my math came out that it's 2,978 proposed, subtract the 1,554 existing. So I'm assuming that the proposed addition is 1,424. Just wanted that clarified. Per building with Nantucket in mind, page 68, additions should be complement and subordinate to the existing dwelling. Additions should extend backward by attaching smaller volumes. The floor plan should clearly define existing building versus proposed. I do understand the limits of the site and Concom's jurisdictions on the site. The horizontal boards on the north-facing Hither Creek is not a compatible material, not appropriate. The addition added to the facade is not appropriate and contrary to Secretary of Interior standards, but again, understanding the limits of the site, that is something to look at. Again, wetlands are on there. Looking at adding a smaller additive subordinate masses could be something to look at and be more appropriate. Appreciate the one story, can't get over that. Thank you. There should be photos of the existing, I didn't see that in the application. It could have been our new version that we have online, so my apologies. There they are. Thank you. There is a historic precedent of additive massing at 341 Nantucket Road, which is a 1938 dwelling that could be looked at. Actually, it's the neighbor. It does have a curve, if you will, and maybe that's a way to provide the additive massing instead of having it put right out in front. So those were my comments, Mr. Chair, but really looking at clarifying the square footage, showing it on the site plan would be great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thanks. Now, as I understand it, there's a number of people that want to speak on this, including people in the room and on Zoom. Linda, are you going to be number one?
I guess so, because I'm representing the two direct abutters, the Hendricksons and the Morans. I believe the Morans are up there somewhere.
Yep.
We had extensive conversations about this, and they very much appreciate the change to the one story. So our concerns are for two other structures, not this one. But I do personally agree with some of Colleen's comments about the horizontal boards. That came up the last time. There should be vertical boards. And I do in principle agree with the smaller subordinate masses, historic precedent of 341, which is our client. But in overall, my clients had very little comment about this, and they very much appreciate the redesign and working with the original structure.
Okay, great. So for those of you who
I must say, Mr. Chairman,
What?
on the record, I did submit a letter by 8 o'clock yesterday. I don't know if you all saw the memo of the concerns. I do have to reiterate that the signatory for the record is not the owner, nor the representative of the owner. The trust is the owner and the trustee is a different person.
Okay.
I just have to put that on the record for anything future.
Sounds like we got it on.
And that's the same thing with all four applications.
Okay, so now I noticed that Ryan Douglas has his hand raised, or at least just did. And Mr. Douglas, we are talking about the main house right at the moment, the revisions to the main house. So if we could limit discussion at this particular time to the main house, okay?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The only thing I was going to note was just that the issue of the signature has actually been brought up in prior meetings, and
Right.
I believe that we've already submitted all of the documentation to support our position on that. Thank you.
Okay.
We don't support that documentation. End of story.
Okay. Who else would like to speak? Either in the room or on Zoom.
Stand by, Mr. Chair. Let me just
Yeah.
make sure. There's nobody.
Nobody.
Okay.
That's it?
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Another Pomeranian.
Oh.
1 minute. Sorry about that.
I
Go
see a
ahead.
hand raised. We need to unmute. There we are. No, not yet.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Paul Moran. We are Director Butters. We truly appreciate maintaining and adding on to the existing house. We feel that the location of the pool is too visible from the creek at Pops Lane, and the height and new location for the old garage is also too close to Pops Lane and too high. It's too visible from the road, and we would prefer it to be where the old garage was located. It's just more in keeping with the old Nantucket feel. So,
Paul, save your powder for them when they come up. We're only on the main house right
Okay,
now.
Linda, we got it. We got it.
you got it.
Paul, was that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, so that's it for comments.
It looks like that, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Okay, so once again, the board, myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, Val, who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Val, go ahead.
Yeah, I've looked at this a lot. I appreciate this new approach, a lot. And aside from some small details, like the horizontal siding, I think they've done a really good job in updating this structure and keeping it where it is, and that's my opinion, my perspective.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next? That was Abby, I think,
Oh, yeah,
right?
sorry, yes, yes,
Okay,
that's
yeah, yeah.
Abby. I wasn't on this before, but I do remember the pool being tucked away somewhere that where it was really, you couldn't even see it. So, but we're not talking about that. So, just a couple of things. The Marvin windows, do those have the Nantucket historic profile that you're proposing?
They are intended for such, yeah, the mutton profiles.
'Cause
That has more of
we're-
a historic look to it.
I don't know if you were just here,
Yeah,
but we're
yeah,
getting
I was privy to that conversation.
I'd be interested to see if they're the same. Yeah, I agree with Val about I would rather see shingles rather than vertical board under the screening. And the chimney, I'm wondering if that could have sort of, this does have a very nice Nantucket vernacular, I believe. But I think the chimney looks a little modern. I can see you going in that direction. I was just wondering if it couldn't be corbelled or have like those owls or something to make it a little more historic looking. But I see that you are going a little more modern, so, but you will see that from Heather Creek, so, yeah, maybe that could be a little more historic looking. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
I appreciate the changes. They're substantial. I really have no concerns other than those horizontal boards. And yeah, I appreciate the low profile. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Connie. Angus, to you.
Thank you. So I appreciate this new approach. I appreciate making use of the existing structure. As Holly pointed out, there really isn't a lot of places to go behind this structure, sort of as you come in the driveway. So I appreciate them coming out on a one story rather than going up. And I would say that the character of the structure, although it's increasing in size, has very much the same character. And so it really, for me, it's just the details. The picture windows are a concern on the porch. But I think that with a continuous sill and shingles below, that could feel like a porch that, got enclosed. Typically, we would want some sort of muttons in there, but I think.
Sorry, Angus? They're screens.
Screens.
Oh, it's screened?
Yes.
Okay, well, that works. Thank you.
It's a screen porch.
I do think that a continuous sill would make that feel more like a typical porch. And I agree with there being shingles instead of the vertical boarding. And the chimney does look like there's a modern sort of detail on it. So I think would be my only concern, is that it sort of follows a more typical finish for the cap, a corbelling. And I think somebody mentioned a chimney pot. I could take it or leave it. That's all. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. So I think when people are mentioning vertical board, I believe they're talking about the horizontal board on the porch. And I actually don't mind that as a treatment, subject to what Angus touched on, which is that continuous sill, because right now it's sort of chopped up feeling. So I'd like to see that altered in some way. And, I'm not a huge fan of those sort of modern chimneys that have the slats in them at the top. I'd like to see something more traditional. So I think we're looking pretty good on this.
Chair?
Yes?
Could I make a suggestion in the possibility of maybe getting this approved this evening? I think we would be fine with adding the sill at the screen porch, a continuous sill.
And
Yeah,
by
sorry.
the way, like eliminating the vertical portion that's dividing up, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And the boards are just natural to weather below that continuous sill. And
Right.
we're happy to modify the chimney cap to replicate what exists on the structure today, if that's
Okay.
favorable.
Well, that's kind of what we were looking for. How do we all feel about that?
I'll venture to try and make a,
Yeah, let's give it a try.
motion. Motion to approve through staff, maybe subject to a Exhibit A. Keep making the sill in the screened-in porch continuous and modifying the chimney cap to something more traditional.
Can
That's
I
my-
second that for discussion?
Yes, Angus, go ahead.
Just to clarify that the post below the sill wouldn't be pronounced.
Which is why I think an Exhibit A would make this, pretty, it would be good for staff to be able to reference something,
We agree. Yeah.
okay?
I can do that.
You want to do it?
Okay, so there's Val's modified motion, correct?
Angus will do the Exhibit A.
All right, that sounds fine. So let's see, on Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that motion carries. Shall we move forward then to the garage? Same board, of course, same board on all four of these applications.
That's good for consistency.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Hawley, I just wanted to let you know I'm gonna bid you all adieu.
Oh, good night, Holly.
Hold on, because that means they can't see you.
Stand by, we're having technical difficulties, Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay.
Whenever there's
Must be a Trump thing.
that means there are people out in Newland and YouTube land who can see. Well, it was there. So just do it back.
Can you see that now, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay, good, thank you.
okay. So here we are, folks, same board at the garage. Mark,
Yes.
why don't you?
Single
Let her
bay
rip.
garage proposed on the site, the southeast portion of the lot. Previously, we had proposed a 3-car garage. This is a single bay garage. Its footprint resulted in a 456 square foot reduction and actually reduced its ridge height by 4 feet. So this is a fairly standard all color trim, obviously to match main house.
That it?
Yeah, and just to note, the doors are outswing in a more traditional fashion. Thank you.
Okay, so Kathy, I saw the drawings and now I'm just looking at the auditorium.
And now you're seeing what?
You guys,
You're seeing us? Okay.
yeah, but the drawings
Hang on.
were up there and then they came down.
1 minute.
Okay. In the meantime, let's see, and I'll start with Linda. Linda, are you have comments on this?
Yeah, they're in the memo, but just to synopsize, they very much appreciate this garage. It's very typical of garages in Old Nantucket. The colors make it even more appropriate. The only thing that we had a problem with is that this garage should be the one closest to Pop's Lane, and the secondary dwelling should be flipped with this. But But otherwise, this is a great structure. I wish everybody else would do that. But it's in the wrong location. It should be the one closer to Pops, and the secondary dwelling should be enveloped somewhat in the elevation of the main house as it expanded. That was our only concern, is that this should flip. But
Okay.
otherwise, it's a great structure. I wish everybody would use this plan all over Nantucket.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can you see the elevations now?
I can see the elevations, but I would like to see the site plan.
Okay,
whenever.
thank you. We'll take care of
And
that.
let's see, is there anyone else in either the room or on Zoom that wants to speak on this application?
I don't see anybody else in the room and on Zoom. They just have to raise their hand.
It would be Paul Moran again if he's up there.
I don't see, nobody's raised their hand at the moment,
Yeah,
Mr.
he's
Chair.
not raised.
Okay.
Okay, I think maybe I'm going to move forward with the discussion then. You folks ready? You folks meaning the same board? You don't all shout at once.
Okay. It's Val, no concerns with the structure. What we're pondering is the possibility of maybe flipping the structures, but this in and of itself is A1.
Okay. I'm going to ask a question, just so we can sort of cut to the chase on this one. If the issue is about the siding, maybe if nobody feels like there's any egregious things going on with the garage, and I'd be very surprised if anyone did have any real concerns with the garage, shall we move over to the guest house to sort of roll
Yes.
that into the conversation?
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that. Just we'll take a more holistic approach.
Is there a secondary structure? There is. They're moving.
There's that whispering again. Okay, now we're going to look at the guest house, and we'll return to the garage in a moment. Mark,
Yeah.
guest house.
Thank you. So this is an existing structure. I think it's dashed in its previous location. We resited it to better accommodate the additions to the main dwelling and elected to convert this to a guest house. So this structure and its relationship to the main dwelling is what exists there today. We looked at the opportunity to recycle the structure and then reposition it. So clearly the guest house could afford some views out towards Heather Creek versus a garage. And that it's set up well in terms of creating a dialogue between secondary dwelling to primary dwelling. Obviously, it's atypical that a second dwelling would be of this height. It's 21 and a half feet in height. There's no change proposed in its height from where it is today. But I guess I'll remind you that we've all talked about quirkiness and unusual, atypical architecture that we do find in Nantucket. I think when you look at this from the shoreline, I don't think this will look out of place when we've looked at many times down the coast, and those ridge lines pop up and down, whether they be on property or next to another property. The structure has a footprint of 896 square feet. It is a reduction by about 166 square feet of what we had previously applied for. And its footprint in itself is only 30% of what the primary dwelling will be. So it's much smaller in its footprint. And all the additions, again, are single story to the structure, and they, again, were to the south, away from the water's edge. And again, colors, details, and such are to match the primary dwelling. Thank you.
Okay, Mark. Who
Back
who
to
would
me.
like, I'm sure that, Linda, you're probably going to want to speak on this, right?
Yep.
I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Oh, she gets.
We were pretty specific in the memo that we gave everybody. So long as the garage, which is now the tallest structure on the lot, given as the house is 16.4, and they're maintaining the one-story element, and the Hendrickson's house is 1 story. Having this sort of stick up in the middle of the lot, not sort of blocked by the mass of the existing main house, which is what it is now, makes this stand out pretty intensely, surrounded by one-story structures. Our suggestion was that they reduce the height. It doesn't have any relationship to the main house anymore at all, since it's becoming a guest house and not a garage anymore, which would have made sense. It is now 48 feet long along Pops Lane. It is completely 100% visible on at least 3 sides, maybe 4 because it's angled to Pops Lane. They already have a move-off demo of this garage. We would like them to look at having a 1-story cottage to be more reminiscent of the main house and the Hendrickson's house, and have this give away or demolish it. They already have that approval. But moving this at 16.5 feet, give or take, over to where it's like standing there by itself, it's now becoming 48 feet long along Pops Lane. So we do have objections to the move of this structure over there. Not if it was left pretty much over there where the house is. We wouldn't have any problems because the additions are 1 story, and I think that's perfectly appropriate. But they're trying to keep something they already got a demo move for, and it's 1.5 stories, so it's the tallest structure in that whole expanse, because the Hendrickson house is not that tall, and the main house is not that tall. And now we have a thumb sticking up in the middle of the lot,
Okay.
too close. So we
Got it.
went over everything we had, but what I would like you to do is take a viewing of this structure with a ridgepole and stakes at the 48-foot length, so you can see how it relates to Pops and the creeks and the other 2 structures on each side of it, and put a ridgepole in the middle of it and go take a look and see if you think this is going to be appropriate.
Okay.
It's been a long time since you guys have viewed it from anywhere out there, and I can arrange a boat trip if you want. It's now nice weather, everybody's boat's in the water.
Okay,
But,
Linda. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you. And anyone on Zoom that wants to speak on this application?
Mr. Chair, no one's raised their hand.
Okay.
Oh, here's a hand.
We do have somebody here, Mr. Chairman.
In the room?
Yes.
Oh, we do have somebody in the room, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, Sarah Hendrickson from 341 Nantucket Road. I'm here with my husband, John. I just wanted to add that Pops Lane, as you enter Pops Lane on foot, by car, off of Nantucket Road, there's a wide, expansive view all the way down to Hither Creek. There's minimal vegetation, and with this 2-story structure right smack alongside the lane, that will be gone. So I just wanted to emphasize the hugely negative impact visually by the location and size and height of this structure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, we can turn this one over to the board, and if you have any comments about where this is situated with respect to where the garage is situated, I'll listen to those as well. Who would like to begin?
I can go, Mr. Chair.
All right, Abby, thank you.
Yeah, so now that you're redoing this, and I realize the existing has quite a large height, here's an opportunity to make it smaller and relate more to the main building that we just passed, and make it a little more balanced with the smaller mass that you've redesigned. I kind of agree, because I'm imagining this must be the highest point of the property, because it probably slopes down towards Hither Creek. So I think if you can mitigate that taller mass and, just, I don't know, make it relate to the other side and the main building, I think I'd be fine with it. Thank you.
Very good, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go. It's
All
Angus.
right, Angus, thank you.
Yeah, for me, I don't think that this is a large building for Nantucket or Old Nantucket per se, but on the lot, it seems to make a lot more sense to put this where the garage is proposed and sort of get it out of that view shed a little bit by moving it east and flipping it with the garage. And I appreciate the reuse of the building, and I don't really have any issues with it as proposed, but, with the orientation changing possibly, I might have issues with like the deck or something else, but I'd have to see what a new proposal would look like to comment any further. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Who's next? Connie, Val.
I agree with my fellow commissioners here. And I guess I don't think it's a bad idea to put up some poles and see what we can see with relation to the house as the house is staying where it is. I think that relationship will be very evident.
Okay. Is that it, Val?
Yeah.
Thank you. Connie?
I guess I would be in favor of the poles also. My concern is if we're looking at to bring the height down, I think you would have to do a demo on the building, and I think that's what they're trying not to do, unless there's a way to reorient it on the actual site. But I also understand they want to have a view of the Hither Creek. So I'm in a little bit of a quandary over this one. I think it's architecturally appropriate, and I'm happy to see the building being reused. But that would be my concern, that we would be talking more of a demo than anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Connie. Yeah, Connie brings up a good point, which is I think there's something of merit in saving this building, which is sort of, I think we can agree, quintessentially the kind of funky Nantucket shack. And the fact that they want to save it, I think, is really great. So I guess we'll leave it at its placement. I'm not sure there's anything that I would do to the design of it per se, other than to perhaps move it somewhere else on site. That's all I have to say.
Sorry.
It sounds to me like we should move for revisions of some type and maybe a height pole. Is that where we are?
Ray, could I just make a follow-up comment?
Mark, go, please.
Thank you. Obviously, this is going to sit, there 45 feet was mentioned. That's 45 feet from primary mass and then backwards. The building gets lower and smaller as it approaches pops, so bearing that in mind. So it's oblique to that corridor, if you will, versus going broad, which is where we were trying to avoid. And there is breathing space. Maybe if we go to the site plan, which seems to be the primary discussion, there is breathing space between this structure and the next. We had some reservations. Obviously, it's clear that we are trying to obtain some views, but also being mindful. I don't know, can we scroll back to the site plan, please?
Yeah.
We also felt this structure then in the southeast corner is just a lot of structure on top of structure, and spreading the structures out a little bit was useful. Connie hit the nail on the head. We looked at designs in-house that started to alter it and lower it, and then it's a demo. And then we're like, what are we really saving here in the end? So we were trying to keep that original ridge profile intact, even that dormer, and avoid that, because the more we alter this, the builder at some point is going to turn around and it's going to end up in a dumpster. And we don't want to do that. There will be vegetation, as you can see, proposed along the south. I think they want to hide all that parking, create some privacy. That'll be heavily vegetated with indigenous plant material through there. And we want it to look like it's been there 45 years, as has existed on the east side of the lot, even if it drifts west. So we're happy to put the ridge poles for viewing, we'd actually welcome that, I think, once it's viewed. And we could look at a mud sill, which might give us 6-inch reduction in height if that still is a concern. But altering the structure gets tricky. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thanks for the response. Should we move this one, folks?
Can I ask Mark a question?
Please.
It's Val. Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mark, isn't where the little garage is where this structure is now? It's that relationship?
It's actually, where it is today, it's north of that and slightly eastward. So it's behind the addition to the dwelling that we have just gotten approved. I think it's actually ghosted into that site plan, so for reference.
I
So
see.
it's not that close to the Morans now. It's further inward, closer to Hither Creek.
I can't see that, but I'm just asking because that's a familiar relationship of the higher structure next to the lower structure.
Yeah.
Val?
And maybe, yes?
Val. Carrie, could you please mute when you're whispering?
Trying to figure out the ghost thing.
Okay, Val, continue.
That's correct.
I
Angus.
just wanted to speak to the relationship that is there now, which is familiar to everybody, and that maybe having it over there as it's already the taller structure on the site would make it seem more of what it is now. But it's just a comment, and thank you.
I would make a motion to hold for revisions and a height pole. So a height pole for the bridge of where it's proposed, but revisions showing an option of it being more in the location where it exists today over by the garage, with some way of tying it in. And if that means moving the proposed garage over to the guest house, so be it. But that would be my motion.
Okay. On Angus's motion, Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Sorry,
so
quickly,
the-
Angus, the revisions would be site-related or non-architecturally related? I guess that's not an either or, but.
That would be up to you.
Because if you do the viewing and you see the ridge poles and you're like, actually, you're more comfortable with it.
It might make the revision moot
Yeah,
if we're all good with but it would be nice to save the time of another meeting.
Understood.
If the height's too much.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Well said, Angus, well said. Okay, so the pizza's there. Do you folks want to hold the pool discussion until after so that you're not eating cold pizza?
Well, I actually have a comment. We don't have any materials to look at.
You mean for the pool?
Which we typically do, so I would ask that those could be added because it just says
Oh.
Bluestone on the application.
Got it.
And we don't know what the driveway is or any of the other stuff, so.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is it's just somewhat of an incomplete application we should hold to have
Well, it just needs a little more stuff,
fleshing out.
yeah.
It
Okay.
isn't completed anyway.
Well, we can use that as an excuse because Mark's going to come back to see us again anyway. So why don't we hold the pool for more information, pool and hardscape for more information?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Val, on Val's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
You
Okay.
got to hold the garage, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman. You
Chair.
held it
Oh,
earlier.
yeah,
Finish it.
we'll hold the garage, but, the garage did not seem to be an issue other than, a potential moving of it around. We'll see about that. Was that Kathy?
Yes, I was just about to ask you about the garage, but yeah. you
Okay,
answered
so
my question.
that's going to track too, but I don't see that there's going to be a big issue with that one. Okay, so do we want to take, let's see, it's 5:30 right now. How long is it going to take for you guys to eat pizza?
15 minutes?
Let's just keep going.
No.
Well,
15 minutes, Mr.
I don't
Chair?
care because I'm not having pizza right now, but
We have
I don't
another
want it to go cold.
we're
15,
let's-
15 minutes?
15-minute break, okay?
Okay, right, okay, thanks.
Thanks,
5:45.
everybody.
Yeah, there is pizza.
Oh, here is where it was, right here. You can see that right there?
was like once every couple of months.
Are we back?
I am. Joe is.
We missed you for the pizza break, Ray.
I missed the pizza break. I'm starving. It's sad. It's very sad.
Okay, so we will resume. And we're looking at 8 Maple Lane, a rooftop solar. Who is representing that? Okay, please state your name and talk closely to the mic.
This is Karen Alentz from Quidnet Solar. This is the same house that Val just did a door change on. It's in a recent subdivision, a cul-de-sac off Rugged Road. And the next door neighbor has both rooftop and ground mount solar on their property. If you could scroll down to the next one down there. So on the left, upper left there, this is a house with a lot of different roof planes, and we're trying to get the most solar for them. But the ones that are circled in red will have some small visibility from the road. The other ones you cannot see at all. There's no visibility. So, and I can speak to the ones that are circled. The lower one is on a dormer, so it's a shallow dormer. And on the right, upper right, you can see where the arrows are pointing to this house. So you wouldn't see the panels from the road on the dormer, maybe just the edges of them. The next one up is on the ridge line of the main house, the second arrow, the middle arrow. And you can't see it from the front, but if you are down approaching from Rugged Road, you might see them on that. And then the final one, red circled on the top, the 4 panels, is on a smaller part of the structure. It's hidden by a tree for most of the view, but there is some view that you would see that from Maple Lane. And again, the rest, all the other arrays, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you cannot see from the road.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, sitting on this, we'll have Abby, myself, Joe, Ray, and Carrie.
Mr. Chair, could you say the board again?
Yes, so it's myself, Abby, Joe, Ray, and Carrie.
Okay, thank you.
Would someone like to begin?
I can.
Thanks, Ray.
I'm with Karen on there's a lot of confused surfaces here. The only one that really kind of troubles me, we've seen a lot of arrays that are on top of dormers, and I actually like that approach. So I'm good with the dormers. I'm good with the 4 that are sort of in the back behind that tree. The one that troubles me on this, and I did have this for a pre-review, was that sort of thin 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 panels that run right along the ridge line, just kind of by themselves. And I think as seen from, it will be visible. So that would be the only one that I really have issue with in the entire proposal. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Well, we're in Zoom world. You want to go, Joe?
Sure. Excuse me. I agree with Ray.
Okay. Short and sweet.
Yeah,
Carrie?
rarely, but sometimes.
I agree with Ray as well. I am a little bit concerned because this is a wood roof, as far as I understand it, so it's not a black roof. That's it.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, it's too bad because it's under construction, and if they had wanted solar, they could have easily done black asphalt, and this probably wouldn't even be an issue for anybody. So I'm a little bit dubious about it. So, yeah, we could take it view, but.
Thank you, Abby. I agree with what's been said, and because of the lack of visibility, if the ridge panels are removed, I don't think that the roof color matching really matters that much, because the only one that we're possibly going to see a little bit of the edge of would be the one on the dormer. So those are my thoughts. Do we have a motion?
I have one question. The little, the secondary mass in the back, those are straight out right at you. It is on a secondary mass, and so that's sort of part of the guidelines, but I just wonder if there could be another small plant, tree, not small plant, but a tree or something to try to mask that a little bit. I see you have a couple trees.
Is that a motion?
Okay, motion to approve without the ridge line panels and some sort of plant to try to mitigate a little bit on the secondary one-story mass in the rear there, because that is the most visible.
Thank you for that. Carrie, on your motion.
Aye.
Abby?
Oh, I'm an aye.
Joe?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. So that carries with those revisions. And we can move on to 1 Hooper Farm Road.
Oh, that was Ray back chair.
Should be interesting.
Linda, are you representing this one?
Yep, I'm here for a while.
Okay, so this will be Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Connie. Please go ahead, Linda.
Roof change. He'd like to, they have a small cache of the red left. Oh, sorry. Keep moving this back, I'll move this forward. Whoa, hello. Roof change. There is a small cache of the red that is on a few other structures, which I put in the packet. Left, you can't get it anymore, and he would like to use it on this small structure. And it's the same red that's on the Coast Guard station, which I took pictures of. There are 2 in Nantucket. There's used to be one on Surfside Road, but they couldn't get the red shingles. That's in Surfside, right at the end of Surfside Road at the beach. So he'd like to use the small amount that's left on this small structure, which is on Hooper Farm Road. You go by it every day, Val.
Thank you, Linda.
They're actually 3 tab. They're not architectural.
Okay. If there aren't any other comments, I will move it over to the commissioners. Anyone want to start?
Well, I'll try.
Thank you, Val.
It is unusual, but they do or did exist. I used to live, when I was a little kid, in the house next door to the Muse, and that always had a red roof. But what about the trim? I mean, that's where I'm having a disconnect, like the red roof and white trim. It just seems not cohesive. And Coast Guard, I think, is an exception. That's sort of a thing, a Coast Guard thing. So, I mean, I appreciate wanting to reuse some tiles that they have or shingles, but next thing you know, the strip mall guy will want a red roof, so no.
Oh, there aren't any left.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
So, first of all, I mourn the fact that they don't make these shingles anymore, because there used to be a lot more houses around that had them. And one example that Linda omitted, one of my favorite ones actually, is if you're driving down Martin's Lane and you like lost your brakes and you'd run right into that house on Orange Street that has a red roof.
Yeah.
And it's so, well, now that house is interesting because all the trim it's not shingle at all. It's all the trim is painted white. But I think that, that particular, and by the way, I had this to review and I didn't realize that there was a store of those old shingles because, the last time I checked, they hadn't made them in years. So I think for this small building, there's more than just those two precedents out there. And okay, the stucco house. The stucco house on Westchester Street has a red roof.
It's in the packet.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so my point is, I think it's appropriate. It's indicative of a time period. And you know what? Eventually that roof's going to have to get replaced by something else anyway. So why not use them? So I'm fine with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. Connie?
Yeah, I'm fine with it also. The very last picture has a red roof with white trim, and it looks okay, so I'm okay with this.
Abby?
I'm exactly on the fence about this. I know that it's going to be highly visible right there at the little rotary, and I'm trying to imagine it. It does have a nice old-fashioned feel to it, which I kind of like. But I think it's going to be quite striking right there. I don't know. I think I'll stay on the fence for a little bit longer.
Have I gotten everybody? Is it just me left?
Yes.
Okay, so I feel like if these shingles aren't going to be made anymore, any one of these examples, this is going to be like gold to them. It would be worth reaching out to any of them for replacement shingles. For me, I think that it's a unique condition for each of these examples that's been exhibited here in the presentation. And I wouldn't ask any of those people to change their shingle color, but I'm not sure that initiating the red is an appropriate color on a structure that hasn't had it historically. So that's where I am. Do we have a motion? Well, don't rush all at once.
Yeah. I couldn't really get the temperature of the board on that one. Okay, I'm going to I'll try it. I'll make a motion to approve the red on the use of this building, on this building.
On your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Abby?
I'll be a nay.
Val?
I'm a no.
Connie?
I'm an aye.
And I'm a no. So do we have another motion?
Well, what would it be?
Well,
is there another
appropriate.
acceptable option that would be interested? So we could maybe have a motion to hold for revisions while the applicant figures out another
So
option
that's
to
my
rent.
motion. Thank you.
On your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby. Val?
Aye.
Ray?
aye.
Connie?
No.
And I'm an aye. So we have 4-1 for holding for revisions. Connie dissenting.
It's okay with the red.
So that brings us up to 4 Adams Lane, and I will hand it back to you, Ray. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus. This is Linda.
Yep.
It's the Linda Williams hour.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, snuck in the middle of it.
Hours.
yeah. Who's the board, Mr. Chairman?
We got Val, we got Abby, we got Angus, we got
Yourself.
myself, that's right. And let's pull Joe into this one,
Okay.
all right?
Which deer gate is this?
Anybody get up there?
John?
Because it was on your view list.
Mm-hmm.
Way back there, hard to see it from anywhere, tucked in. There's no gate up there. It just is at the end of a shell driveway that's about 200 feet long. Comments, anybody?
I
had a
think
hard time
they're
seeing it.
horrible. They're horrible for the deers, and I would probably want to see you put up a gate.
The neighbor
Okay.
got angry with the gate.
Oh, by all means, let's do whatever the neighbors want.
Oh, he's the one who started
Oh, my
this.
gosh.
Hang on. So Val, you would prefer this to go away and for there to be a gate? Is that the way I understand it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Val.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted just to remind everyone, so this came in as a citizen's complaint, and I went out and did an inspection, and the pictures are there, provided, but we did not collect an as-built fee. So if you do make a motion, if you
No,
could quickly add that.
Kathy, is this your photograph?
That is.
And so this is taken obviously from a public way.
So John Adams is a public way. It looks like a driveway.
It's not a public way, it's a publicly
Oh,
traveled
it's a
way.
publicly traveled way. but
Publicly
either way.
traveled, okay.
Yeah, that's,
We know what we mean.
so I was legal in taking that picture, if that's what you're asking.
That's what I'm asking.
That gate is not there anymore. That was just there temporarily.
Okay, so let's see. Val has already opined. Who's next?
I agree with Val, so that's it
Okay.
for me.
All right, thank you. Next.
I agree with that, Val, as well.
Yeah. Joseph.
Well, given the distance, I wouldn't feel comfortable objecting to it, but it's worth noting that I don't want to see these. I'd rather see a gate, but I don't think you're going to see this from the public way, given the length of the driveway.
Well, maybe I misunderstood, and that's why I asked the question, Joe. I just asked Kathy if she took this photograph from the publicly traveled way, and she said yes.
Oh, I thought that was the drive. Oh, so this is actually that lane. Yeah, then I'm opposed to it.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Joe, that's a picture of the publicly traveled way, and you can see it from Cliff Road. But that is a
Yeah.
picture from the publicly
No, you
traveled
can't.
way.
Okay, yeah, I missed that. So sorry. Yeah, I'm not in favor of this.
I think we're unanimous. And, the other unfortunate thing is that gate or the grate appears to be almost like orangey red. I don't know why, but it almost doesn't matter because it's highly visible. I think the grate has to go. I love the footprints you got on the right-hand side is how you go into the property. On the left-hand side is how you go out.
Yeah.
But I think that we should look at some revisions that would include removal of this grate in favor of a gate that we have, we're fine-tuning the type of gates that we have, that we approve in conditions like this where deer are an issue. Can somebody make that motion?
One
That's
question, Mr. Chairman, before we make a motion.
Yes,
I put a
Linda.
gate up. If there's a gate up there, you can't see it.
All right, well, you'd have to show us the design for the gate.
Yep.
Because I'm imagining a gate that's like open that you can see right through, but. Okay, but we're gonna hold, regardless, we're gonna hold this for revision so that we know what our gate is gonna look like and whether the grate actually needs to be removed as a visual eyesore. Should somebody make a motion like
Yes,
that?
motion to hold for revisions.
Great. That was Abby's motion. On that motion, Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There we go. There's that.
Mr. Chairman, before we go to 126, I want to hold it for you to take a view, and I'm going to stake it for you so you can see exactly what we're talking about.
Hold 126 Main.
Yeah, for review, and I'll stake it out for you.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to get it off the plus site plan.
All right. Well, I'm sure that you're not going to get any objections to that. So we take no action on that for the moment. 126 Main Street, okay?
Mr. Chair, would you like that for the August 12th meeting to keep on the agenda for review?
Is that the next one?
The next new business meeting is August 12th, yes.
Well, personally, I don't mind if Linda is,
Next week.
Next week?
yeah, I'd be okay with
Okay.
putting this just sort of at the front of the agenda to get rid of it.
Okay, I will do that. Thank you.
As a point of order, is there anyone who wanted to speak on that
There's no
application?
public
Oh,
notice on it.
Angus, good, great. Thank you for doing that. Anyone in the audience, Zoom or otherwise, wanted to speak on that application?
I don't see anybody in the room or online. Yeah.
Okay. Angus, I'll turn it back to you for Oak Hollow Road.
Who's my board?
Okay, so for Oak Hollow, 12 Oak Hollow, we have Abby, Val, Ray, myself, and Carrie.
Okay. This is a move off or demo of a 1970 house. I gave you tons of pictures that you can't get it out of there. I did speak to the building commissioner today. If you can't get it out and maintain any residential semblance of something you can put back together, it's exempt. But it's, you can't get it out. At one point, the road goes down below 10 feet. I have talked to Trevor Barrett, who's on vacation in West Virginia, and I've talked to him twice. He's been out there. He was out there years ago for the owners to try to figure out how to get it out of there. And it can't be moved. And there's no discernible architectural style in it. You can see the pictures here going down Oak Hollow, and the trees that overhang it are very low. I drove a wedding out there and we had difficulty getting the vans down it. And the truck isn't going to get down there, and you have to cut it up, and the truck still can't get out. Given how narrow it is, the existing foliage, the trees overhanging, and the properties on the east side of Oak Hollow, and down around the corner, we've got a lot of old growth trees. And there isn't anything to write home about. I gave you a lot of pictures of it all the way around it, and we'd like a move off, not just a demo, we'd like a move off or demo in case Trevor can figure it out, but he's already been down there twice and he can't get the truck down and can't get it out without destroying everything on the way out.
Thank you, Linda. So
And the new owners are here, right here.
would anyone else like to speak on this before we turn it over to the board? Seeing none. Commissioners, thoughts?
So the replacement won't be a modular, since you can't get this out, you wouldn't be able to get a modular in, correct?
As far as I know, you would never get that crane down the street.
Mm-hmm, okay.
What was the date again?
1970,
70.
yeah. It was not a stellar building period on Nantucket.
It's a huge property, can it just be relocated and?
No, it's not a huge property.
Function? Not?
No.
It's huge on the site plan. maybe I'm not looking at the right site plan.
It's not that big a property. Yeah, it's been subdivided. The family still owns the one to the north or west. What you see is what you get. Yeah.
Any further thoughts, or I'll move on to the next. Commissioner Carey? All right, who's next?
Hey, Angus,
Ray, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but was somebody just speaking? If so, they didn't have their mic on.
Carrie.
Oh, Carrie had it on, spoke, and then turned it off.
Was she speaking?
Would you like to repeat, Carrie?
Sure, Ray. I was just opining on the fact that it's a big property and this is a small building and it could be repurposed on the property as a cottage.
Yeah.
Not really, because of the ground cover in that particular zone. Yeah.
Ray, would you like to
Well,
comment?
yeah, this is a case where I would be completely comfortable doing a move off somewhere, but, less comfortable doing a demo.
Did you hear the original presentation?
Thank you, Ray.
I
He
did,
said he
I
can't
did,
move.
Linda, about Trevor and all that. Yes, I did.
Abby or Val?
I'd like to see it get reused, at least part of it, if it's possible. Maybe the people on Meadowview Drive that you back up to would let you cut through there.
No.
Thank you, Val. Abby?
Yeah, I'd really like to see this reused. It's crazy that that's going to go to the dump. I don't know.
Maybe somebody can salvage stuff from it.
Yeah.
Chris Carey started a salvage business.
Yeah, we always do. I always call him in.
Abby, are you finished?
No, I'm going to mumble a little bit more.
Please continue.
Okay, so I would like to have you try a little longer on this one, just to see if there's a chance someone would take it.
Thank you, Abby. So I agree with what's been said. There isn't anything saying that this building has to go anywhere. It's because it's prior to 75, it's contributing. And what we've heard from the applicant is that it's not possible to move. So I don't think a demo is an appropriate move to make with this structure. So do I have a motion?
Then hold it for revisions because it's not moving and it's
Yeah.
not going to.
I'll make that motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Abby.
Why
On
don't
your
you want it as
motion?
a move-off demo?
I do want to move off demo
Then what are you holding for?
because they won't demo.
Well,
Yeah, that's what they're saying. You can't reuse it on the site, Carrie. There's not enough left on the site to do it. It's a very tight window.
Because they cut it in
I've made a
half.
motion to hold for revisions, so.
This is
Okay,
not a
I don't
cottage.
want to have a back and forth.
Maybe you should
We have a
look at it
motion
with
on the
me.
table now. Abby, on your motion?
So there's
I'm
a
an aye.
revision, right?
Val?
Aye.
Ray?
I
Carrie?
Aye.
And I as well. All right. We move to 14 Sleepy Hollow.
funny, we got Oak Hollow, Sleepy Hollow, Chuck Hollow. More creative names for roads out here. Oh, and we also have Wood Hollow on the next sheet.
They shouldn't use her. They're not gonna get what they want.
Yeah. Sleepy Hollow.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. Hey, and who's my board? Could we make a note?
Sorry. So we've got Abby and Val, Ray, myself, and Connie.
Connie? Okay, great. Okay, good evening, everybody. Victoria Ewing on behalf of 14 Sleepy Hollow. This is a single-family dwelling, and the family has grown over the years to include a total of 6, and they need some more room. When we first did the original dwelling, back in, I think it was 2014, we had also gotten a garage approved in the back left corner, but they never built the garage and have since decided that an addition to the existing dwelling is the right way to go for them. We are proposing the same 2/2 windows that exist in the existing single-family dwelling. The overall square footage between the 2 floors is just over 1,200 square feet, 600 feet on the ground. We are looking to do somewhat of an L-shaped addition to the rear and to the west. The chimney is existing and would become an interior chimney. And it faces lengthwise, the porch is on the road. So this is set back halfway into the lot, this addition. What else can I tell you? We're repurposing the same existing 3 French doors in the rear, just pushing them straight out in the addition. And then additional windows, as you can see, as per the plans.
Thank you, Tori.
Yep.
Commissioners,
I could give it a stab. Did you want to go, Val?
No, go ahead.
thanks, Abby.
I don't have a problem with this. I think it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Next.
I agree with Abby.
Thank you, Val. Ray?
I'm going to relent. You know, it troubles me that the way that the eaves the rake and the eave intersect on the front with that secondary roof is going to be like this. The water's going to pile up there and it's going to rot all that wood away. But you know what? That's not my problem. So I'll go with the group on this one.
Thank you, Ray. Connie?
I will also, thank you.
I believe this meets all the guidelines. It's set on the back, it's set lower than the main structure. So I don't have an issue with it. And hopefully you figure a cricket out in that situation with the roof.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion
I'll make that motion to approve as submitted.
on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I as well. Thank you.
She's gone.
Okay.
She left.
Now I think we're on to the One Tombs Court.
I'm sitting off of all of that.
Linda's gone.
Back to you, Ray. Thank you.
All right. So Val's off. So it's going to be Abby, Angus, Val off. We'll do, and me, of course. So Joe and who would be in the rotation? Connie?
Carrie is next in the rotation as
No,
well.
she just
okay.
said.
So Joe and Carrie. Okay.
So I have Joe Paul, Carrie, Ray Paul. Who else?
Abby, Angus.
No Val?
That Val just sat off.
Well, you can probably go to sleep over there, Val.
Yeah. Okay, Lot A, Building 1.
All right, overview.
Yeah.
Pull up that whole site plan there, a little bit higher. There you go. This is where Espresso To Go is currently situated.
Hmm.
The property was sold. They did an approval not required subdivision, so we have 3 lots. They basically front on Toombs Court, right across from the dentist's office, and sign it, and across from the new large Thai house development. And there's a lot more going on over there. You got the market, and you got everything else going on. There's another whole subdivision going on as well off of Young's Way. Things are changing along that area because it's commercial. There isn't a whole lot of commercial land left because just beyond that is not commercial anymore until you get out to Richmond. So we got 3 lots. Each lot has a duplex structure in the back and a mixed-use building in the front on Toombs Court. So there's an apartment on the second floor and retail or office or some other commercial use on the first floor. So there are 3 dwelling units on the property because it's CN and you can have 3 dwelling units there. They each have their own driveway. The overview of that is that the hardscape is the same on all 3, except that there is stepping stones on the one that fronts on Old South Road. The other ones are basically split rail fences, screening, parking, and that's pretty much it. And asphalt. So there's no need for a Belgian block apron because nobody has a Belgian block apron in there. What? That is a site plan. Which one? Is there one above, is there one below this one that's a better representation, Fiona?
I hope so.
There we go. There we
Oh,
go.
okay. All right.
And so we're planning, they've got a split rail fence where Espresso to Go is now. We're going to maintain the split rail fence and augment it along Old South Road. And down, each one of them has a split rail fence in front of them with plantings going down Toombs Court. Each one of them is required to have a handicap space next to the handicap accessibility, and you can see those. If you want to look at Lot A first, I believe that's the first one up. Lot A,
Yeah,
Building 1.
Lot A, Building 1 is what we're reviewing first.
And that's the duplex.
Okay,
So if somebody wants to move it down,
keep going.
there you go.
All right.
There's a streetscape on, jump
Yeah,
in.
there-
I
there is a
reviewed
streetscape
this
on one of
for
them.
consent, and somewhere down in this PDF, I think page 12 of 16, there's kind of an overview, which might make
Yeah.
sense.
That's a great idea, Joe. Thank you. This.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes. The first one, if you go up to the top of that page, that is Old South.
The top of the page that we're looking at right now,
Yeah, that's the one that's visible from Old South.
I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, Old South. Oh, I see. I'm on Old South Road looking at this. Yeah, got it. Okay.
Duplex is on the right, the one that fronts on Toombs Court is on the left, and below that are the ones that are fronting on, what the aspects are that front on Toombs Court.
Yep.
And then the one below that is the 3 duplexes side by side, as if you're looking from Toombs Court. So if you want to go down a little bit lower. There you go. That's Toombs Court, but that's looking through the other buildings that you see on the second line there. You have to look through those to get to those 3 in the back. And they're both duplexes, side by sides.
All right. Is there a general palette for trim color and all that stuff, or is it all mixed up?
They're all different.
Mm.
You'd have to go to the, yeah, they know that. The 2 on each lot have the same color palette, but all 3 lots have a different color palette.
Oh, but on the lot, the 2 buildings that are on a lot will share the palette.
Yes, they all share, each one shares the palettes.
That's good. Okay.
And the window style and the roof color and the trim colors.
All right.
And so they match.
Well, let's return our focus to Lot A, Building 1.
Which is the duplex in the back on the right there.
So we saw the streetscape,
I got it.
and I think we go back up to see
Yeah.
the.
There you go, go down, there you go. Oops, too far.
Okay. Here we are. Well,
No,
okay.
we got to go down one.
Got that.
Just lost it.
Right
go.
there.
Right.
Right there. Okay.
Sorry.
So, folks, this is, first of all, is anybody here to, other than Linda, here to speak on this application?
Yeah, the architect is here if you have any structural questions.
We'll hold on that for now. Should I put it right to the board now? Get the
Sure.
first sensation? Okay, so here I'm going to repeat the board because you all will be on a number, I believe 8 applications. Abby, Angus, me, Joe, Carrie. Who would like to begin?
Are we just doing building 1, lot A?
Well, I would like to keep the concentration on building 1, but if you see anything sort of that would influence the other buildings, you should probably say so now rather than later. If you know what I'm saying.
I do. Yeah, I can only handle so much in my little head, but I was thinking I could do, if we talked about building A, so building, on the far left, that faces Old South Road,
Top left, yes.
the gable forward.
Yeah.
And then to the right, that's the back of it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, gotcha. I don't have much to say about building 1. I think it's kind of attractive as you're going down Old South Road. I think what my concern is that they appear to be all the same height, and I'd like to see some variation in height and architecture, but this particular one I'm fine with. How we differentiate them from each other is a bigger question, so I'll stop there and see what others say. Thank you.
Okay. Abby, thanks. Who's next?
Well, I could go just because I looked at this for probably 20 minutes, reviewing for consent, and obviously I didn't put it on consent just because of the scale.
Yeah.
But I actually thought that the streetscape from Old South Road was attractive and appropriate, and that does have this north elevation of building 1, and so I think that building's appropriate. My concern overall, which Abby just mentioned, was that they seem to all be similar in height, and the density along one side of the development, I guess it would be the right side from Old South Road, just seemed a little bit dense, and the buildings were more repetitive than the other side. But this building, I think, works well in this location. And even though both buildings on Old South Road are gable forward, I thought that it was the least impactful along the street. And I think maybe my concern about the interior of this is that there's one series where all the buildings have the ridges kind of all lined up in parallel. And I felt like there could be more variation. But so, and I know I'm all over the place a little bit, but I just wanted to give an overview. I think that this building's appropriate for this location.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Who's next?
I'll go.
All right, Carrie.
I agree in that I think it's appropriate. I do think there are some window issues for me that just make it seem larger than it probably is. And that basically on the front elevation and the rear, it's the gable. The 4 windows up top make it feel very big up there. And I would love it if they could come in a little bit together, not mulled, but just, it's not a typical 4-bay, it's a gable forward. So you can afford to bring the windows in a little bit to work with the gable instead of spread it out wide. That's really my only comment. It's kind of a persnickety one, but I think it would make a difference for the feeling of this building.
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's a modular And there's a
I
wall,
understand.
there's a box wall right in between those two
In the
middle
middle,
windows.
but I'm
Yeah.
talking about the two, there's 4 windows across there. Bring a
Right.
couple of them in a little bit. They're probably each in a
So
bedroom.
separate them a little more, but I wanted them to
Not
line up.
separate them, bring them together to reduce the
Oh, so they're
impact of the
almost
width.
ganged?
Almost ganged.
Got it,
Almost.
got it.
It just reads as very wide up top, and if you bring those in, it helps the eye
That's easy.
not be so,
So you're talking about the north and the south?
yes,
That's easy.
thanks.
We can do that.
That was it, Carrie?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, great. Angus?
I agree about the comments about there being too much uniformity of all the structures. So, we can take this one, but then if this one's going to be right, I'm not saying that all of them are going to be. And I agree about the pulling in the windows a little bit. Just take the two groups of two and pull them both in tighter so it's not crowding the rake as much. And also, I think to diminish the height and give some variation in the roof lines, this could be a clip gable situation to bring down that eave of the forward-facing gable. My other concern is about the proximity to the street. There are lots of buildings that are along there, but I'm not sure any of them are this close. And I would be curious to know, how close the other buildings are and where this is in relation to those.
They actually
Thank you.
are closer than we are. I'll get you that though, but they're closer, much closer. They're right on the sidewalk down there by the market and the one next to it. They're much closer than this. We're back farther because we have the more screening.
It would be
They don't
good
have any
to,
screening.
let's just see that.
Yeah, they have no screening on the other ones. No fence, no screening.
Okay. Angus, had you concluded?
I have, thank you, Ray.
All right, so, theoretically, we could approve this with an Exhibit A type thing, but anticipating that a number of people have made comments on sort of the uniform height of these buildings and the uniform sort of ridge lines and all that, rather than, I invite any pushback on this, but rather than like approve this one and take it off the board in terms of changing it so that we get more variation among the buildings, should we hold this for revisions and then just run through the whole list and say, this and that? Because I got this feeling that none of us are going to have any major architectural issues with each individual building, and that it's going to be more about how to change it up in terms of the variation in height and so forth.
Mr. Chairman, we would love to have these approved because these are the ones that are most visible and they're the anchor buildings.
These
They
being
also have a
these front
relevance to
ones?
the other ones. I'd rather see both of these get approved through
All right,
staff.
well, as long, Linda, as the tacit understanding is if these are getting approved the way they are, we're going to be looking for some potential concessions on the other ones
Yeah.
based on them all as a group. Got
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
Okay. What do
'Cause
we
these are
want
the
to do
two
with
that
this?
are most different from everybody else.
I do agree with that. Yeah, okay, so what are we going to do with this, folks?
Well, Ray, I agree with your sentiment on this. I think everything that you said is true, that we don't really have huge issues with any one of them. It's all of them in a collection and all being so similar. So it might make sense to make the revisions that we've discussed and hold it for an overall sort of variation on the theme, as you suggest.
But again, we're not changing these two buildings. It's the other ones you're going to have an issue with.
Well, let's just say, personally, I look at this building. By the way, I haven't voiced it yet, but I will now. I agree with Carrie in modulating the 4 windows, particularly on the second floor of the north elevation, in the way she described.
Yeah.
But then, like beyond that, not a lot of, I don't see that there's a lot of changes to be made. Maybe that's the only one, actually.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
on the east elevation, which is the side of the building,
Yeah.
does anybody find it odd that the windows are right against the framing of the dormer? Because those could also be
we could rectify
spread
that.
out,
Yeah.
spread out a
Ditto
little.
on the west, right?
Yeah, just pull
Yeah.
them in off the corner board.
Yep.
Yeah.
And can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Okay, so how far off Old South Road is the landscaping? Because
If you want to go to the site plan,
I'm at the site plan, but
yeah, you got to go to the site plan. Yeah. There's a good 20 feet because that's the setback. It's 30 feet from the pavement to the building, and we have the setback, and we have the screening, and we have the fence. So there's a lot more for us. And when you go down to the market and the one next to it, there's nothing. They're right on the sidewalk, and there's no screening.
okay, so that brings up another question. I think we should also be looking at the landscaping alongside of what
you're
this
getting
will
it.
look like.
That's the second one down, third one down in the list. So you're going to get all 3 off this lot. I know it's the wrong site plan. They already had it up there.
Just for clarification, Abby, are you suggesting that you want to look at the landscape to put this all in perspective
Right.
before reviewing
Yes.
the rest of the building? Okay.
Well, the next one in the list is the mixed-use building.
Plan, this is the one across the street.
Yeah,
Here.
go to the next page,
Is that the mixed-use building?
right there. Stay there.
Okay.
Yeah, just scroll down a little bit so we can see Old South Road. The other way.
Well, the Old South is at the top of the sheet, right?
Yeah, we have to scroll down just a little bit. Oop.
While
20
we're
feet
scrolling
before
through
we ever
the
get near the
chair, I have
pavement.
a question for the applicant.
Oh, okay. Angus, you go.
Just as a reference, like the meat and fish market, how far off of the road, or what is the setback on that?
It's about as close as you can get because it was under a different zone.
Like, how far off the road is it compared to what this proposal is, or do you
Well, that's
know?
hard to say, Angus, because the bus pull-off is right smack in front of it, too. So the sidewalk and then the building. So there's no screening, there's no nothing on either one of those buildings because they were under a different zone than we were.
Thank you.
We have a healthy setback, and then a healthy setback from Old South Road, which you can see up at the top. And then we have our screening, and then we have our fence, because we have to be a minimum of 20 feet off the setback up there. So then we got all the screening and a fence up there, which is more than they have right now.
Oh, you know what would really help, Mr. Chair? If on the site plan, we could see where the Espresso To Go building was, then that way we
Down
could.
the bottom, I think.
Right where it says Lot A, Building
Is
1.
it dashed
Yeah.
in?
Pretty much. Well, you see where it has the,
Oh, I don't see anything at the
it's
bottom.
in between the two buildings, but it overlaps the front building up there, and it's in between the two. You got to stay on the top one. There's nothing to
Okay,
do.
I fear that this discussion is getting a little
I don't know if it's
fragmented.
relevant. It's not relevant anyway.
Okay, what is our collective opinion about what to do with the building under consideration right now, which is the Lot A, Building 1?
The duplex.
Right,
So it sounds like they're minor revisions that
right.
we're looking for with the fenestration, but it would be great to have a perspective on the proximity of this to the road compared to other buildings, so that we're not having something that's any closer than the other buildings along Old South. What it says on the site is 10 feet, and I'm hearing 20 feet from the applicant, so it's a
Well,
little
it's 20
confusing.
feet on the setback and then another 20 feet to the road. Or 10 feet, it's 30 feet from the actual pavement.
Well, so Mr. Chair, before we go any further, could we just put some poles up so we can know exactly where the buildings would be?
At the front, like
Yeah.
the front edge as it.
Yeah, we're mostly concerned about what Old South Road is going to look like, and
I don't think that's a bad idea.
I would make a motion to hold for the revisions we've discussed and poles along the street of both Building 1 and 2 of Lot A, I
Right.
think would be helpful.
Well, while we're out there fooling around with that, do you want me to stick up poles on the other 2 lots?
Only on the east, since you asked, only on the east walls of the Building 2 on Lot A, and I guess on Lot B, Building 2.
Those are the ones on the street.
Exactly.
So what do you want with those? You want ridge poles on those?
Oh, no,
3?
just poles of the closest wall to the street, so we have an idea about the proximity.
Okay, not the rear ones, just the front ones.
No,
Unless anybody else wants it, I don't.
I'm not, that does not interest me personally.
Can I say one thing? Just to go back to Abby's comment about the site plan showing the footprint of the existing buildings, I think that would help too. That way we've got,
Yeah. Right.
we know where that is, and then we'll see ridge poles, but I think having the site plan at the next meeting that shows it in context would be helpful. And any broader context, I think, I mean, somebody mentioned the market, that's far down the street, but I think buildings adjacent to this lot would be very helpful to see.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And there are pictures of those in your file in this packet, just so you know.
Well, no. What
Yeah.
Joe is asking for is a site plan that shows context, where those buildings are in relation, not just photographs of them.
Yeah, you want me to pull their site plans out of their building department?
No, it's just a larger GIS
Yeah, you
plan.
get a GIS map. It's super easy.
Okay, that's
I'll
also
show you,
in there
I'll show
already.
you how to do it.
No, the GIS map is already in there, but I'll do it again.
Okay.
Right there.
Now, okay. All right. Yep, that's helpful.
And the new building isn't there yet, you know, whatever that is, whatever that other building is. That's not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like if a plan like this were used, just plotting out the footprints of the proposed buildings in relation to the buildings shown on this.
Knowing that this is off by 10 feet. Okay?
Okay. Do we want to take a quick look at the rest of the building to see if there's anything that leaps out at us as being incorrect?
Well, you should look at the building 2 on A. You haven't
All
finished
right,
this
well,
lot.
let's start there.
Because as I say, all the hardscapes are similar except for the Old South Road one.
Mr. Chair,
What?
so are we holding for revisions for the
We're
duplex?
not doing
and what-
anything just yet. I want to
Okay.
see, I want to see I want to view these as a package and and then we can vote. We are going to vote for revisions on all of this, but we're going to vote them collectively.
Okay.
You can skip the hardscapes, they're all the same except for this one.
There you go. Duplex right there.
Building 2, Lot A.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I got
It
that
should be
wrong.
the second one down from the top, if this is correct. Not the duplex. Mixed-use building, second one down from the top. Building 2, mixed use. At least on the agenda, that's how it's listed.
Well, what I'm seeing on the screen is somewhat confusing. We got a hardscape that's first. We got a Lot A, Building 1, which we already reviewed.
Right.
Then it's Lot B, Building 1, Lot B, Building 2, Lot B, hardscape, C. Guess what? I don't see.
Mr. Chair.
Well, it's
I mean,
there.
that's our files. We're trying to load them up for your view.
Because on the agenda, they're correct.
So stand by.
Mr. Chair, when we download them, it's not like before, they don't go in order, they just go in as is. so
You're
we
on
have
it
to
right
pull them
now.
that way.
You're on it right now.
Oh, yeah, there we are, Fiona. Like, if that's you, that's the one.
It's the front building, obviously. You've seen the side view of it already. Want to keep going? There you go.
Okay, folks, comments.
You got one side, the east side faces Tombs, the north side faces Old South Road.
Comments?
I'll go. One little thing is that the way the dormer is ending into the gable on the east elevation, facing Tombs, that's atypical, and I really don't want to see that on basically the front of a building, since there's two fronts.
Well, you want to go to the south elevation, see where that is? Down,
It's on the east elevation.
I know, that's from the street. Where is it on the south side? I'm looking for it here.
It's the butt end of a dormer. If you go to the east
It
elevation.
doesn't really die into it. Well,
That
she'll
dormer
fix
is
that.
dying into
Yep.
the,
So east where the dormer dies?
yep.
Yep.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm happy to go.
Yeah, thanks.
So the north elevation with the more substantial trim around the door makes it feel like that's the front door, but everything else about that facade feels like the side of the building. There isn't a porch, and it's kind of like a door on the side of the building. So I think that either needs a porch or think about a different door, or I'm not sure how much this would be screened by fence or vegetation.
Are you talking
But it-
about make the east elevation more substantial?
This is the north elevation.
That faces Old South Road.
Exactly. And I share the concern about the dormer, and that caught my eye when I was looking at this before. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I could go. And my comments were going to be on this north elevation too. The door feels really squat, like the head height of the door is less than the windows. And then when you look at all of these elevations, all the doors feel significantly low. So I'm guessing the plate height of all these windows is on the first floor is really high, which might be fine. But I feel like that door, my first thought was that it needs to increase in height on the north elevation to have more prominence. And I really like Angus's comment about a potential porch on this north elevation to soften it from the street. I don't have as much a concern about that shed dormer dying into the gable. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I guess it's me. Yeah, I would like to, on that north elevation, I think a porch going over that, the first floor there, maybe it's got hips, maybe it's a, just a small shed over the door, but some kind of porch too.
It is a porch.
That is a porch?
Isn't it a porch?
Sorry, I'm talking about the north,
Yeah.
the north elevation,
Yeah.
not the east.
Linda, it's not a porch, it's
I
a
got it.
frontispiece.
Because we had talked about that being a porch. We can make it a porch.
That's the one that faces Old South Road, correct?
It was a porch at one time.
North, yeah, I think it needs a porch. That's it. Well, also, those windows going smack into the dorm are a little odd. They have to come away a little bit.
Same thing.
Can I say something too?
Yes, Carrie, please.
If we add a porch to this one, the next door one has a porch. They're getting much closer to mirror images of each other. If you scroll whichever direction, you'll see the two Old South Road buildings. And if we add a porch to this one, it's going to look like the other one. So I'm just concerned about that.
I have a question for the applicant through the chair.
Go ahead.
Can that door just get eliminated, turned into a window?
What, on the north?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That'd be nice.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we want to review any more of these?
For me, Mr. Chair, I think we should stop here, and because a lot of people are concerned with the density of this, and
Correct.
these two seem to be okay. I think it's going to be okay once we get the poles up, but going any further, they're quite close to each other, and they're all the same height, and I'm just wondering if we shouldn't stop here.
Understand the density is not before you. These are 3 individual lots. but
What
they
she
all-
means is that this scale of them all is pretty much the same.
Yeah,
That's
because
a
they're
comment
duplex.
that other people have made as well.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, all right, so what I think we should probably do, now that we've
Ray, I didn't
given,
get your comments on this.
I'm fine with whatever anybody wants on this one.
Okay.
You know, to me, it's harmless, and I've driven down Old South Road enough now to know that this will certainly not be the worst looking building on Old South Road. So should we just move for height poles at the front ends of the 2 buildings that address Old South Road, and look to Linda for some revisions that respond to the spirit of what we were discussing, i.e., excuse me, more variation in height, a roof plane, stuff like that. Would that be fair?
Yep.
Okay. So
I'll make
does
that motion.
Okay, that's Angus's motion. On Angus's motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Everybody tracks then.
well,
Everybody tracks.
all of these applications were just sort of motioned through together, if that's okay.
Because now we're into old business, but
Oh,
you haven't heard the rest of them.
Mr. Chair, just as part of that motion, we are going to have some sort of reference to adjacent buildings from the road in combination with the proposed buildings.
Yeah, okay, you got that, Linda?
Yeah.
I think you did.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. So Angus, you want to take 68 Shawkimo?
Sure.
Thank
Who is presenting?
Mr. Chair, it looks, that would be Elizabeth O'Rourke, and she's not in the room. Let me see if she's online. I don't believe she is. Oh, she's not. So maybe hold that for
So
representation.
maybe give her a few moments and move on to 43 Chuck Hollow. We've got another hollow coming up.
Yeah, and that's back to Ray.
Well, I'll hand it back over to you, Ray.
Okay,
For 43 Chuck.
here we are. And do we have somebody to rep this?
Oh, we do, Mr. Chair. 1 minute.
Nancy?
No, it's going to be Linda.
Linda Williams.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I see Linda Williams. Yep, got it. Okay,
And again, this is an as-built through a citizen's complaint. I
right.
went out to the property and took the picture. It was already on the property.
Okay, so, oh my. Val is back? Is Val back?
Yes, and I went out to this property today and it's no longer there. It's in back of the house. So it's not as bad as it looks right here.
Do we have anything?
And Patrick is here if you want to, you don't have to wait for Linda.
Yeah, Linda's in a meeting.
I see. Who's Patrick?
Patrick Quigley, Structures Unlimited.
Oh,
Designer.
okay. Hey, Patrick, let me establish your board. So Val's obviously on it. Angus, Abby, let's see, Val, Angus, Abby, me, and Connie. Okay,
Yes.
let's go.
So for clarity and transparency, I thought it would be valuable to sort of go through the timeline of this, just to show the spirit of our engagement with the entire process. So April 22nd, we did the first HDC submission. June 18th, we did a zoning submission. This was initially a shed. And in the process between, say, May 1st to June 1st, our customer made some changes, subtle changes, and we agreed to the process and thought that there would be some flexibility since the structure was approved through the HDC and we received a building permit. We were planning to, it is a structure, it does have to require an OTR to move the structure from where it was manufactured to the site. So we started that process in early June, talking with Erica, and received with our final signatures 30 days later an OTR on July 7th. And we believe that, yeah.
You got a building permit.
We have a building
You
permit
have
for,
HCC approval for it.
and
And what you changed was the height and some windows.
Right.
That's why we're here.
That's
Because
why
you
we're
didn't
here.
You didn't come back to the HDC to change the height and the windows.
we
So
did
that's why you're here.
submissions for these changes. They're in the HDC. We also did we did an HDC submission for the changes. We did a building permit also that included those changes. So as I said, for clarity and transparency, I thought the timeline would be important.
They are prepared to pay the 4 times or 10 times. She is prepared, it wasn't her fault, but she is prepared to pay the 4 times, or is it 4 times? 10 times the alteration fee, which would be $500 for changing the height and changing the windows.
Do we have a site plan about where this is really going?
Yeah, when the shed was approved, the odd shape of the shed that you see here, except for the height, was approved due to lack of visibility the first time it was moved.
I can't
it's
really
still-
read any of that. It needs to be blown up.
Yeah, and it's still not invisible. It's still not visible from Chuck Hollow because it's in the same position it was approved the first time due to lack of visibility. It's a little odd, but it's still not visible.
I'd love
Well,
to
you
see
can
all.
sort of see it, but it's hardly at all.
Yeah, and it's actually called under the code a tiny house. First one we've ever done. There's a tiny house building code from the state when they did the ADUs back in January, so it actually is considered quote-unquote, a legal tiny house.
Okay, comments?
Based on my view today, I have no concerns as long as they pay the as-built fee.
Okay, Val, thank
If
you.
it was in front of the house, like the pictures show, that's why I went out there, I was like, oh dear God.
Yeah,
But
that
it's
would-
not.
A little bit of
Yes,
a
you wouldn't want it
problem.
either.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I can go.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I mean, there's so many things about this that don't meet guidelines as far as proportions and dormer side setbacks and all that, and the fenestration. But I agree with Val, the lack of visibility makes this almost impossible to see. So I guess I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Angus. Let's see. We had Connie, we had Abby. Actually, that's it. Connie, Abby, and me.
I can go.
Connie.
I guess I'm gonna have to agree due to lack of visibility, but
We know the buts.
yeah, there's a lot of buts. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. Abby.
Yeah, I could put a few more buts in there too. It just sort of annoys me that people can just pay a fine and it's done, and there's so much wrong with the process and what happened here. So it's sort of, yeah, it's hard to digest, but due to lack of visibility, I guess it's okay.
Okay. And I will only say this, that like the building is different from what was approved, but it wasn't appreciably different. So I think everybody was thinking about lack of visibility on this even the first time it went around. So it sounds like we can move this with the fine attached. Would somebody like to do that for me?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted, that the fine is paid. And because we all have the same sentiment about visibility, that we wouldn't have any visibility of this from Chuck Hollow at the time of inspection thereafter.
Okay. That does put the burden, just so that you know, Linda, on, actually not Linda, on planting or whatever that needs doing so that you're not seeing it from around the building, the main house. Okay, let's see, on that motion, on Angus's motion, Val,
I,
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
I'll be a nay.
all right, Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to the next page, 47 Quidnet. Can you do this one, Angus?
Sure.
Thank you.
Who do we have someone representing?
Hang on one second, Mr. Chair, there's someone that raised their hand.
got the right first name, but a different last name.
I'm going to unmute you. Mr. Merslova, is that Mirka?
It might be Mirka.
Oh, Miroslava is Mirka. Yeah, that's.
Can you hear
yeah.
me? Okay. Hi there. Good evening.
Is that Mirka?
Yes, that's me, Mirka.
You have a different last name.
Well, Val, if you might have remembered me, it was the same I had like a long time ago.
Oh.
Mirka,
Ah.
I am
Mirka
just-
made a little detour for a few years.
I know, I just been lazy, so I'm just finally get the paperwork done. So it was time.
Are you here for 68 Shakamo or
No,
47
47
Quidnet?
Quidnet.
47 Quidnet, yes, that's correct. Sorry, I meant to come in person, but you guys came so fast, so I just logging from my house.
Would you like to share your screen?
I would love to share my screen if possible.
Thank you.
Okay, Mirko, you need to log on as a panelist in order to do that on the, on the agenda.
Oh, so I guess then I might have to just not share the screen.
Actually, hang on one second.
Meanwhile,
sorry.
sitting,
No, that's
sitting on this will
I'm
be
sorry, Mr. Chair.
Abby.
Sorry, she's all set. Go ahead. And you can
Okay.
Sorry.
Sitting on this will be Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Joe.
That was
Beautiful. And I am ready as well. It's coming up. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
So the project is located at Quidnet, 47 Quidnet. I will quickly just go to GIS to just be familiar which part of the Quidnet. The area, the street part of this property is fully wetland, in the wetland, so there is no possibility to ever in the future be disturbing. This is all natural vegetation. As you can see, you cannot see the first floor from the street, from the public view. You have a little peekaboo of the second dormers, which would be practically in the middle of this building. So just want to kind of set the pre-existing conditions. So this is all what you can see here. I purposely left the wetland delineation so you can
Are you
understand.
guys seeing drawings? Sorry, I'm not seeing any drawings.
You're not?
No.
I am.
Okay, well, I'm looking at them on my own screen, but I just see a list of projects on the screen. Okay.
So I will just continue. My apologies, Joe. So just to understand, this is all existing vegetation, which I just showed the photograph from the street. So nothing what's happening in the back would be visible or is visible as of now. The application is for the pool. The size of the pool is 16 by 26. Oh, I'm sorry, 16 by 46 at grade with the joint hardscape and little shed, which is not part of the application submission at this time, but the pool equipment would be below the shed or behind the shed. This shed would be relocated. It's the existing shed, which is right now located at the top of the driveway. This proposed garage was already approved by the architect. The little addition to this existing building was approved by the architect. So this is really just application for the pool at the back, which would not be visible from any public way. For the material selection, it would be Goshen stone, like irregular stone for a patio, and pavers set at grade, which you can clearly see here leading to the front door, and then in a back with some small deck at grade. This part of the deck was already approved with the architecture. Again, just to reiterate, this is existing driveway entry, and I will just go back here. That's the existing driveway entry. You can see this little shed right there. So this is what is practically the visible, which, or peek into the property is the only way here. And I think that's all what I have for you.
Thank you, America. Commissioners, comments? Anybody?
If you
Thank you,
can't
Val.
see it and the vegetation stays, I'm fine with it, but I thought Mirka just said there was visibility from someplace.
I just wanted to clarify, the only view corridor is from this existing driveway, and that was right there, not to the pool, I meant to the property. So it's the opposite corner of the property, so there's no way to see anything
Okay.
on the driveway.
I misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'm good. For the
Joe?
same reason Val's good.
Yeah,
I
I'm
said I
okay.
was good.
I'm okay due to lack of visibility.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm sure it'll be wonderful, but you can't see it.
I am as well, so do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted,
With the caveat.
with the caveat that you can't see the pool from a public way.
At time of inspection and thereafter.
And that's your motion, Abby?
Tis.
On your motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
I as well. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
You too. So
Hey,
we've got
Angus?
4, yes,
Do you mind if I sit off on Wood Hollow? I need to take a.
okay.
I don't,
Yeah.
So 4 Wood Hollow, do we have
I don't.
Robbie
s-
Newen?
I don't see him, Mr. Chair, online. There's nobody here, so.
So,
Motion to hold 4 Wood Hollow applications for representation.
and 16 Walsh?
Yeah, he's not here. Yeah, same guy.
On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Who else was on this? Well, I am.
No, Ray's gone.
Joe,
Aye.
Connie, and I as well. All right. So we will,
Skip
we'll move
16
to,
Walsh.
we'll move to 62 Wanama, I
So,
guess.
Mr. Chair, 62 Winoma Way, she was online. Oh, here she came, here she comes? Oh, never mind.
Oh,
She's
good
walking through the
timing.
door.
All right. So your board will be Abby, Val, myself. So Ray, are you still taking a break? Okay, he's out. And why don't we just do it in the room? So we'll have Connie and Carrie.
I didn't understand the application. So,
May I speak?
Please go ahead.
So you see where the circle is on that picture? What was approved was that the fence was going to be moved further to, like, towards the pool. And my client wants to stay where it is, and he wants to plant between this split fence and the fence that he built with vegetation to hide the fence.
hide the fence from him or hide the fence from the public?
Hide the fence to the neighbor, because you can really see from the street. You can see, because it's a public pathway, you can see if you walk the pathway, but if you are on the street, you cannot really see, unless you're like really angling and looking at. There are pictures. So you see on the driveway, sorry, it's so small, but that is from the road on the driveway. So that is where he wants to hide with vegetation. He wants to put vegetation there, so it's hidden, and he wants to keep that fence there.
So the split rail fence will stay where it is with vegetation in front of it?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
in between.
through you to Anna, it's in between the existing split rail and the fence that was supposed to.
Ridiculous.
It's supposed to,
We can put whatever is needed. We can have the climbing plants that climbs up, whatever is just to hide. He just want to keep where it is. That's the thing.
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to the commissioners who are all at the table here. Who wants to start?
I guess I still don't really understand it. The idea was to block it from the public path. And
so
I'm still unclear as to where the vegetation should be to the public side.
Yes, that's what we're proposing. So the proposal on as a Victor A was to put right where this new planting is, where the grass is. That's where they wanted me to put the fence. Just move. My client wants to keep the fence where it is and put vegetation to hide it.
And that's where you lose me.
all right, Mr. Chair, through you to Val, so they want to put vegetation in between the split rail fence and the fence that was supposed to move back. So
Between
in
here
between,
and
yeah,
there.
exactly. Because they don't want to move. What? Don't want to move the fence.
All right, so we've had comment from, are your questions answered?
No.
No.
No, we're going to put vegetation between The
The
split
split
rail
rail.
fence and those big honking posts?
That's what's being
What's gonna
proposed.
be hiding that?
That's what's proposed.
Vegetation, this came before us, like, not even a month ago, I think.
As an as-built?
Right, and we viewed it and ruled on it, and now they're back to ask, no, we don't like what you ruled. But this is still not appropriate. You've got two fences, there's no room to actually grow anything, and the trees are on the other side of this fence. Put the fence on the other side of the trees, and that will be appropriate.
Thank you, Carrie.
Can I ask a
Thank you.
question about this drawing?
Yes.
What are these? What are the fences?
That's the post that there was an as-built.
And
for the fence.
these are right in front, the split rail is right
That's
in
correct.
front of these posts? Okay.
Would you like to further comment?
I just don't see how they're gonna fit vegetation in, so I'll have to wait.
Val?
As Carrie said, I think what would be preferable is for the post to be on the other side, except looking at this, I have no idea, is this the house?
That's
that
the
it
neighbor's
belongs
house.
to?
No, that's the neighbor's house that you go on the public path to get to the pond.
And they put this there?
I also don't know what's gonna grow in the shade of those big trees that are there. I
That are
just
10
don't
feet
see the
tall.
solution.
Okay, one at a time. Connie?
What was the original approval?
To move the fence to the other side of the trees.
The,
Split rail.
No,
No.
the high deer fence.
okay, so the client doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, what proposed was to move back the fence to the trees, and he wants to keep where it is and just put planting in there.
No, I can't see it being done.
I can't either, to be honest.
So I agree. Anything that could possibly screen that in that small span that you can see, it's not a distant view, that's a public path that you will walk beside, basically. And anything that would hide it would look as unnatural as the fence itself. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions and a more explicit definition of what they want to do.
Thank you. On your motion?
I'm an aye.
Val?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Aye as well. Thank you. So we will move on to 6 Starbuck Road.
So, Mr. Chair, the applicant
Linda
is
will-
not present, but I don't know if you wanted to look at it anyway.
Do we have representation for, well, next would be 1 Osprey. And
That's
right.
me.
Ray, do we have you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
It went a lot faster because no one was here for any of the Wood Hollows or 16
Yeah,
Walsh.
yeah.
Okay, well, so your board will be Abby, Val, myself, Joe, and Carrie.
Okay.
I had this on my list, and I don't know why I put it on here. It should have been a consent.
Well, I'll be
Sorry.
honest. This is a Lisa project, so I'm going in cold on this one. I don't really know what's being proposed, but I'll give it a try.
Just get rid of that shit
I feel like there's, it's just was an oversight on my part, I'm pretty sure. I would motion to approve it as submitted. There's
Don't you wanna see
virtually
what-
nothing going on here.
Don't
I
you
back
wanna
that
see what
up
we're
as
doing?
well.
Don't speak, just let
Yeah,
us
I'm
vote.
not sure that,
Val made a motion to approve.
on your motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I am as well.
Sorry, Ray.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, now I'll never find out what we're doing.
Short and sweet. Okay, so we will move to, well, what about North Water? Do we?
That's Matt.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Nice to have
you came back.
representation here. Welcome back.
We don't even like the program we have now.
This is 4 North Water Street.
Yeah.
Bump out.
Walking 26 feet.
Can we get rid of that picture? Oh, my God. Thank you.
If we could
I'm not being recorded.
scroll to the site plan, that might be a good place to start. Zoom out. Let's get it zoomed in. Great.
Matt, you're welcome to start anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've seen this before, and so before you to, for a couple of changes. One is the addition of a small amount of square footage that's indicated in the site plan here. I don't think that this one-story little addition, it's basically a wart, is really going to be visible from any public way whatsoever. The other, and this would probably come in under a separate HTC application, but the way we have it currently drawn right now is an accessible ramp that follows the property line and then runs perpendicular to our accessible entrance. So we were before you previously with an addition to house an elevator lift. The elevator lift foundation proved to be fairly complex and could potentially undermine the existing foundation.
Sorry, Matt, I was just wanting to get a picture of what you were talking about. Would A201
Yes.
be good?
Yeah, it's on the back side or the, if you want to look at the additional bump out. Yeah, there you go. So it's really tucked in. It's in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And again, that's the non-perpendicular telescoping series of sheds. At one point, that was a freestanding structure, but it was connected at one point. They have fairly different architectural languages here, High Gothic, and then just the series of sheds. But anyway, so it's a small square addition in the inside corner that follows the property line. Again, I don't think that that's going to be visible from any public way, but even still, it's just a one-story addition. I think it's conducive to the existing language. The other revision is the one-story bump out. So as I was saying, the foundation of this new addition, after working with the engineers and the contractors, we felt that it was going to potentially undermine the existing Gothic style foundation. And so we looked at ways to come up with an alternative for an accessible route. And there is a way to do it by running a 1-in-12 ramp around the perimeter of along the perimeter property line, the northern property line, and then running perpendicular into the accessible entrance. There is an existing retaining wall there, so it does follow the natural topography, if you will. Now, if that ramp needs to come in as a separate part of a separate landscape application, which I fully anticipate it will, we did want to put it before you just to give you an indication of what its location and its critical function. The other element of the revision is because that elevator is not there, we don't need the height that we had previously requested. And so we're able to lower the eave line of that addition, which I know is something that the board had discussed. I think beyond that, there's just that single sash change. It's the same light configuration. But other than that, I think those are the changes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Mickey, do you have any comments to add?
We have, excuse me, we have no concerns with this.
Thank you, Mickey. So your board will be, it'll be Val, Abby, Ray, me, and
Probably Joe.
Joe. Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chair. I see it on the elevations, but Matt, I can't see where it is on
Are you referring to the ramp, Val?
the ramp, yeah.
So
Site plan might be
could
helpful.
some, well, yeah, we should probably be able to
It's not
come.
on the site plan, though. I don't see it.
Well, if you scroll to the site plan, I could point it out. It
But
hugs
this
the
would be
northern-
a hardscape application?
It-
Or is it part of the building?
I could, so two things. One is, so, well, first of all, Val, if you just scroll down a little bit, actually, other direction, please. If you look at the north property line, you can see that L-shaped structure. It's called out with a leader. You see that? Yep, right there. So the math works out with a 1 in 12 slope, and actually the turn, the 90-degree turn actually acts as a landing, so that does, it does work. And currently we have it drawn as a wood ramp with a railing. Now, I think there's a way for us to reduce the elevation change at its highest point to less than 30 inches, which would necessitate, or which would omit the guardrail component, but we would still need the top and the bottom rail for the accessibility. I could see this being done out of landscape materials like brick, but their ownership has interviewed a number of landscape architects, and I believe that they're working on a plan. But for our sake, for permitting purposes, we wanted to be able to demonstrate to the building department that we have an HDC solution for an accessible route. And so we are showing it with the vertical balusters. But I guess my point is that I don't think that that looks bad, but I anticipate it probably being a bit more successfully screened when the landscape architect finishes their work.
Thank you. I was just trying to understand it. Thanks.
Does anyone want to comment on the two proposed revisions?
No, I think the revisions are appropriate.
I
Bee
Ray,
groove painted
you said you agree?
I agree with Val.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I have no concerns, thank you.
Abby?
Yeah. I agree with everything that's been on here, except for the ramp and the baluster,
So that'll be a separate application that we'll look forward to seeing another
Okay, so we'll
time.
take that off this.
So I appreciate the reduction in the height of the elevator addition. But my question is that where the elevator was? That was just an addition for the elevator, right?
Right.
Correct.
So I would rather that not be there at all, if we're not talking about accessibility, or at least something that is diminished to the size that wouldn't interrupt the eave line, which is so prominent in the structure. Is
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
just
please go
comment
ahead,
on
Matt.
that. If we could go to the floor plan, so one of the, so this vestibule still does act as an accessible entrance and feeds the first floor accessible suite. We also have used it to locate one of the accessible baths as well. So while it has deviated from its original intention, it still serves a pretty critical function for us, both from an accessibility perspective and a required plumbing perspective.
So if it were reduced in size, not using the elevator area, could it get small enough that the roof could dip below the entablature or the frieze? Not the frieze, but the,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
entablature.
Yeah.
I think it could. If we go to the elevation, honestly, we need 7 feet, I believe, for the plate height minimum. So, we did drop it down, but if you wanted us to drop it down further, we certainly could. You can see the relationship with the existing window header height. There's probably some room there to drop it further if the board deemed appropriate.
I'm just thinking that if this is the part that's needed, that if there were a smaller roof, then this could still maintain its integrity. That would be optimal.
We still do need the bath, the accessible bath. And so, again, while it wasn't the original intention, in doing a lot of the code analysis about the required plumbing and specifically handicapped accessible bath, it facilitated the need, a programmatic need, and also eliminated any potential undermining of the existing historic foundation. I see your point. Happy to, ironically, we still do need the space. Just
So- Could we please go to the floor plan, which I think is on A101? So on my plan, this is still an elevator.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, okay.
so that's the accessible path in the entrance.
It's a hall and a bath.
Yeah, if somehow there were maybe a shed or something that started above the north-facing door and came in. It's just that there were so many requirements for the mechanics of the elevator. I just don't want to get too far on a tangent of
Shed would
some.
work. I could do a shed. If you think that's
If-
quieter, and could do a 4-pitch shed. Happy to do that.
Am I alone in the desire to
Can we see the elevation again?
just keep that north elevation a little pure?
Where would, the shed would just come
E-line would be right above
So it'd
there.
be like they're going
out
up rather than, yeah.
rather than like that kind of,
I think it could work, honestly. I mean, it would distinguish itself from the existing high Gothic vernacular, certainly.
I'm good with it either way.
I like the way it's drawn. I think a shed's gonna add another element to this historic side of the house.
And it will still bisect the roof, right?
Yes.
It's getting a little messy.
So what's the will of the board?
It's the will of the people.
I'm going to try a motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye, and we're taking off that balustrade.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
separate.
It's a separate application.
Yes, I'm an aye.
and Joe.
I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm an aye as well. Thank you. All right. 47 Holbert Avenue.
Oh, that's me. I'll share my screen.
Great.
So your board will be Abby, Val, Ray, me, and Carrie.
Okay. So this is a 1986 infill house that we were recently approved, HDC approved, and then client spent some time out here over the 4th of July and came back with some changes and also a meeting with a contractor talking about the scope of work on the water side. And so that's what brings us here today. So one thing he wanted us to do is to revisit the removal of the chimney and just to share with you that conversation really centered about this overscaled nature of it. Like this profile, this existing profile works, but this wider profile, we just felt like is overpowering it, and we don't need the fireplace in plan. So we're proposing to remove that. We're also looking at a reduction of the height of these windows on Holbert Ave. And our client was looking at, the symmetry. This building is almost perfectly symmetrical. This side porch that's here, that really this doesn't get used very much. And there's kind of a strange lattice work that's happening over there. So we propose to remove that and make that return here, just like this does on the other side of the front door. So those are the street side elevation changes. This is the chimney change. And this here is, there's an existing, we'll see it on this back elevation. This represents the proportions of the existing, we'll call it a bay, like this corner, and that angle. And when we presented this to you before, we have actually widened this face here and shortened the returns in order to get 4 doors facing the water and in order to get a larger deck up here. And what we did here is we went back to the original 45-degree angle bay, and the deck is not as deep now as what was previously proposed. And we went to a larger picture window instead of doing a picture window with really narrow double hungs. And we took the 4 doors here that had, these were 4 lights, and went to a 3 and a 3 here. And so you see here that these 2 doors were split by windows before. But because we had, we got these approved around the right side here. So now we're proposing these 2 windows that would then wrap this corner. This is really like an enclosed porch that was there. That's the chimney change. And then this is that right side that I mentioned earlier. We're removing an outdoor shower that was here. This is the proposal to remove that chimney. And this is the proposal to remove this porch roof that comes down the side here. Try to get some more light into the house. There's a lot of vegetation here that's on a public way that really shades all of this, and it's a relatively grown in, and we can't really control that vegetation. So that is it. Those are the changes. No other changes are being proposed.
Thank you, Joe. Who would like to start?
Angus?
That was Mickey.
Oh, sorry, Mickey. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so there's a lot of sort of fenestration changes. And to be honest, we were probably not in favor of any of them. Starting on the front, making the windows shorter kind of changes the scale of the front, the building, and those windows look just too short. On the north side, it's the most dramatic changes. There's just a reduction, or maybe I should say an increase in the amount of large glass space on the north now compared to what was approved originally. The large picture window is, now we don't have a drawing of the existing conditions, so I'm not really sure what is existing there today. But I'm assuming that it's not the same, it's what we're looking at in either one of these views. So the large glass.
Mickey, can you hold on just a second? I want to clarify with Joe. Joe, were you saying that the proposed north elevation bay window on the second floor is to replicate what is there now?
No. Mickey's right. This fenestration is different. It's currently 3 double hung windows that go from corner to corner. So the overall opening for the unit is the same. What we went back to is it's really tricky to see, but this is where the ceiling bends, and here you can kind of see that the return is much smaller. So previously we had a much wider face here. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows on here, and we thought that by going this would simplify it. It does have more glass, open glass, but 2 houses over, there's a house with 5 picture windows on the second floor. There's a lot of unmunted fenestration along there, and I have pictures at the end of this. But so we went back to the original massing, but that window has changed from the original. I mean, I can pull, that's the original. That's what's there now. There's a lot of glass there, but instead of rebuilding this entire thing and making this thing wider, we're just trying to simplify what we think is the busyness of that elevation with a picture window.
Thank you, Joe. Please continue, Mickey.
Yeah, thanks, Angus. So, yeah, I mean, you might call it busy, but I think it's more traditional. And the large panes of glass, while there may be some present elsewhere, don't do justice to this building. They just don't fit in with the scale, and they really changed the whole look and proportion of that side of the building. And I would say the same thing for those sliding glass doors below. The previous approval had, you know, divided light to some degree, 4 lights, but at least there was some division, and it changed, you know, it changes the scale of the fenestration into more of a sort of a human general scale that we're all familiar with, but the new proposal does not. And I'll just conclude by saying that we also think that the chimney should remain. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who would like to begin?
I can start.
Please go ahead, Abby.
So it feels like, Joe, it feels like the renovation is being driven by the views from the inside. And I think it's kind of, looks like a wicked hard architecture to start with, but I think we're sort of losing any kind of architecture here. I think on the front of the building, the first floor windows are now too short. There's too much glass on the water side, especially those French doors, and I miss the chimney. So, yeah, that's what I've got. Thanks.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next? Carrie, go ahead.
I think it's interesting that the front of the building is so symmetrical and clean, and the back is total chaos. I agree with Mickey and Abby. I think this is right on the water, and I don't really understand trying to get this much glass on this elevation. It's chaos, and I don't think it's appropriate. I think you can clean it up and do a lot better and have just as good views.
Thank you. Who's next? Am I calling somebody? Val?
I'm on it.
Ray, would you like to go?
Well, I might be the dissenting view here, but you know, it is interesting about these big, expansive picture units and the Brant Point area. A lot of those old uninsulated houses actually had these, you know, huge, expansive picture units. I know they're frowned upon, you know, and certainly, you know, if you read through Building with Nantucket in mind, you're not going to find any support for them. But I do, in a sort of funny way, equate them with sort of a 1930s uninsulated, you know, unpretentious beach house, you know, which is exactly what was occurring all over Brant Point, and now it's, you know, being supplanted by, other things like that one on the lower section, the second from the left. The more modern, jazzed up, muntined, you know. So in a certain way, I kind of miss the loss of that particular element. Now, I do understand in saying this that, I'm sort of going out on a limb because, picture units were a relatively new occurrence, 1930s or 1940s, as opposed to 19th century. But I think these days, we're taking into account things like ranch houses and all that, that people like John McLaughlin used to say, oh, well, they're not a legitimate part of the Nantucket history. And I think we would all disagree with him on that. So I don't want to belabor it, but I do think that the picture units that Joe has drawn, for me anyway, harken back to the era of just simple, big. They were always big down there, big but simple kind of, beach houses. So that's where I stand on this whole thing. Oh, and by the way, I agree with Abby on the fact that those windows on the front have gotten smaller. I think that's kind of a step in the wrong direction, if that could be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. So does that just leave me?
Me.
Val, please go ahead.
I agree with Ray about the picture window units. They're all over the place, especially on the water side in Hulbert. So that's oversized, but I think in reality it would be okay. I would like to see the new doors have some sort of dividers. I think that would mitigate their impact, probably, from feeling like they're so much bigger than everything else. And a chimney would be great if you downsize it a little, and I don't care if it's a real chimney or not. We do that a lot. And on the front, I was thinking about it as I was looking, but my computer just died. Put some window boxes there. You won't even notice.
There are some. Sorry, Angus, I just would like to be a chance to speak before anybody makes a motion, because I have some thoughts that I think I could address a lot of the concerns.
Do you want to just go ahead before I comment?
Yeah, so I think bringing a chimney back, if the proportions of this chimney from the side, if we could have, if it were equal, that size, that we would bring the chimney back in that location, or it could be really on the center ridge or anywhere along this roof plane, really. So there's that. I think we can make our plan work by leaving the front windows the height that they are now, which is here, and there actually are window boxes already. So I think we could essentially bring the chimney back and not have a change on the front. And then my thought on the ocean side is that if we had muntins on, we went back to the 4 lights on all of these first floor doors, I think we could do that, and we'd have the chimney come back. And then the only change then would be, we'd like to keep that one picture window. And I think that's, yeah, that's it. So really we'd be looking at revising the massing to match what's currently framed there and changing this to this. And then we would make these 4 lights and bring a chimney back, but slightly smaller. That's it.
Thank you. So my comments, I'm agreeing with a number of different things. One is about the windows needing to stay longer on the front, the chimney coming back, but somewhere. It doesn't have to be what it is and where it is, but something. So I appreciate the offer of that. The picture window, there was kind of a window of time, popularity of these that worked, but generally it was like you know, like in a ranch, there was going to be one picture window and all the others were like regular. So I feel like in order to support that theme, the rest has really got to sort of be restrained as far as the glass. So like on the north elevation, I'm seeing 3 large elements of glass, and I feel like 1 or 2 is about as much as that can support. And so anyway, those are my comments. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Well, I have I can try. So.
Go for it, Val.
Motion to approve through staff, probably with an Exhibit A, maybe? Somebody wants to do one?
Depends on how involved that Exhibit A is.
Yeah, what
So
is it?
my motion would be to leave the south windows as existing, to modify a chimney of some size on the building. I don't really care where it is. To then modify the south to add muntins to those first floor doors. And, you know, the chimney goes without saying all the way around. And I think that's my motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
I wanted more reduction in
I'm a no.
Carrie,
I'm a no too. It's still wacky imbalance to me.
and as proposed in the motion, I don't think the glass is getting addressed enough, so I'm a no as well. So would someone else like to make a?
Yeah,
a
my
motion?
my counter motion would be to hold for revisions.
Yeah, that's what I
Thank
was
you
gonna
on
say.
your motion, Ray.
Aye.
Abby,
I'm a yes.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Thank you, Joe.
Well,
Okay,
he's
thanks.
still with us, 25 Hussey, right?
Yes.
Welcome, Joe. Would you like to present?
This one doesn't have any,
Picture units?
I don't want to say that entirely. So, would you like me to start?
Please go ahead.
Okay, so this is 25 Hussey Street. This is the overview. We have a 1700s house, and it has a rear L that was at one point completely removed and rebuilt in 2013, 2014. This is it existing. This is it proposed. So all of the changes are in this area in the back. We are not changing the footprint. We are changing the existing gable to a shed, and we are extending this roof line about 4 feet, and we're removing this chimney, which is a fake chimney currently. No changes to the front of the building. We are moving some of the windows here. We're lining up a couple of windows. And then we have this little conservatory that sits inside the, I'll show you this on a larger scale in a second. And this here, the existing elevation in the back has this double gable here, and we wanted to soften that. So we've pulled that roof around, which is why we have this instead of the gable, just to kind of shorten that the building a little bit as you walk by it. And then in plan, we have this sunroom space, and we went with something that really is meant to be set apart from the historic salt box. We didn't want to, there's this really unique dormer window that's here that I'm not sure when that was put in place, but we didn't want to overlap onto the existing structure. or affect the eave line. So we have this piece that kind of sits up against it. This is it in plan, and just we're not going to be, we're not renovating the entire interior of this house. It's really about having a kitchen that's more oriented to the yard space here. And that's it.
Thank you, Joe. So we've got Ray, Val, Abby, myself, and Connie. And just before we go to the commissioners, Mickey?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so visibility is pretty important on this one. There's the parking lot of the Academy Hill behind this building, and understanding that the cottage in back, the garage structure, is going to be expanded. Maybe that'll block all of you. I would want to make sure that this is not visible from that parking lot, because if it is, it's a rather contemporary approach to putting something in the back of this very old 1733, I believe, building. If you're looking for glassed in area, I think a more traditional type of a sunroom or enclosed glass porch could be created without the sort of contemporary feel that this provides. And I guess visibility is kind of critical here, so you might want to view it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Just to clarify, Joe, the gable that is changing, that addition, what age did you say that was from?
2013 to 2014, it was constructed. That entire rear L it's the only part of the house with a foundation under it. So all of this is all new construction. Fortunately, they didn't get into the interior of this, so this maintains a lot of original millwork and so forth, which is planning to remain, and it has a rubble foundation and no crawl space or anything underneath this other than just crawling by on your belly. So this is all new construction, everything on the back here.
Thank you
All
for
new
that
framing.
clarification, Joe. Thanks. Okay, commissioners.
Could I ask could you, I just want to, this is what.
Tell her where you go.
Can you zoom in on that?
Oh, it might be in a lower picture.
Is there a little cutout?
I think they're detailed elevations.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that would be page 3.2.
So we don't have anything to.
So that, yeah, so is this like one of those English garden houses?
Yeah, conservatory.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not intended to be contemporary.
Does it have a copper roof or something?
That's currently it's glass.
The roof of the little
greenhouse
Right.
conservatory.
I mean, you see there's some on Main Street if you walk down behind, I don't know what street that goes on the right side of Pacific National. I mean, we thought that this approach would prevent us from, doing a shed roof off of here.
So Joe,
we're not-
John, just, what is the material of the roof over that little conservatory?
This is glass. That's glass.
You did say glass. I thought I misunderstood you. This is glass. Okay, so,
Could be copper.
okay, so, I'm fine with something like this, but I think the glass is a little over the top. I think it should be, either, some other material, but I think glass is a little over the top. Thank you.
How about copper?
Copper, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what that's what I thought it was going to be, but then you.
It seems like a copper roof kind of thing.
I'm done. Thank you.
Who's next?
I have a question that came up on Holly's stuff. Are the windows what are the windows? She said it was unclear. It just says windows, not SDL, TDL, or anything else?
Yeah, that's a good question. We would love to do we didn't call out a manufacturer on there. We're actually looking at LePage windows, which I think Steve Cheney brought them in at one point to review and showed a sample, and not having any storms. So they would be SDLs, but with an all wood window with a historic Muntin profile and no storms.
Okay, thanks for the info.
It might be, if it's not that, we would end up using Green Mountain. We were going to get pricing on both of those.
Thank you. I have nothing to add.
And just saying, the windows actually would just be contained to this. I know that it would not, there's nothing that's happening with this main structure.
Connie?
I'm thinking that it's going to be very limited visibility because it seems to be in the back of the house, kind of tucked in. So I'm okay with this if we did go with the copper as opposed to the glass over the little conservatory area. Thank you.
And the changes to the addition? Any comment?
No, I'm
Okay. Ray?
Yeah, good with the copper, and that would be like if it's framed up and Joe and his client really want glass, we could always go and check and see, whether it's visible, and, if it's not, glass will be all right. That's what I have.
Thanks, Ray. So I agree with that. I think that depending on the visibility, it could be, that'll certainly, if it were visible, it would be more of a concern during the night, with all the light coming up out of the roof.
Yeah.
But my concern is more with the addition. I appreciate the high level quality of the windows you're considering making, but with a house that's coming up on 300 years old, I would want the windows in the addition, which I think really are visible from Hussey Street up the drive, if not in addition to the parking lot up above, to be as traditional Nantucket as possible. So I would be looking more for true divided light than simulated, and certainly something with a Nantucket profile.
Is there any merit to having a view?
Well, we are at the motion stage.
Okay.
Would you like to make that motion?
Just wanted to see.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Yeah. Yes, I make a motion to view.
All right, on your motion, Val.
Hi.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Aye as well. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Hold for a view.
The Academy Lane, yeah, parking lot.
And that, do we have any other people presenting?
No, we do not. The only thing I have is for you to.
Would
approve
someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes? Or did they not make it on here?
There's
They
one
did.
of July 22nd.
Yes,
I
exactly.
didn't read them.
Oh, excuse me, Mr.
I'll make a
Chair.
motion to approve the minutes of July, what is it, 22nd?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Tori has her hand raised. I don't know what she's here for.
Tori?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just curious what was happening with 10 Marble Way. Are we not going to those?
Linda left, so she's not representing him.
Okay, so we're not going to open them.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night.
You as well, thank you.
We have a motion on the table to approve the July 22, 2025 minutes. And Connie? Carrie?
Aye.
Val?
I didn't look at them.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie? Carrie? And I'm an aye as well. Thank you all and have a good night.
Thanks, Angus. Thanks for chairing.
Is that like off the cuff? Did you just get here and were told that you needed to do it?